Hemisphere. Happy new spring equinox. Happy new earth. Everything. I'm on today, March 20th, 10:07 p.m. And you're hearing Charlize in the background. That's one of her songs, one of her music that she's played before. I think it was about 2 years ago. The Tree of Life. What a perfect song for this moment, right? So I'm going to let it play in the meantime until anyone else comes on. Greetings, Tiff. I'm on Instagram and I'm on YouTube. In case anything goes down on Instagram, please go over to YouTube. And YouTube, if anything happens on YouTube, then you go over to my Instagram. So I'm on both sides here. How's everybody being? Surprise, surprise. Yes. Greetings, 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 beautiful souls all around the world, wherever you are. How are you being? How are you doing? I'm great, Tiff. Is it the same Tiff that I used to talk to a long time ago? I don't remember. Anyway, in the meantime, I'm going to be lighting up some things. I'm great. You know, I've always been processing things, positive, negative, on both sides, but that's all good. But it's all good. Everything's moving in a spectrum of light and dark as it is to be. Greetings, Andronogy Angel, Stephen, Cosmic Heartbeat. I want to apologize for the last time I was live and I did not get to see anyone's comments. And the reason is because it wasn't popping up on my phone. But I should have remembered or known to put it up on my desktop so I could see the comments. So I apologize for that. So this time I had to make sure that I have everything prepared. And it took me a while just to get everything up and going, all this technological stuff, Anyway, so I just knew and felt that my higher self said, Sharon is coming on today. She's coming on today and she's going to bring in all of these messages that's coming in cosmically. And I did bring in some papers and stuff. I said, wherever spirit leads today, that's what it is. That's what it's going to be like. So you hear in the background, one of Charlize's songs. I'll be pleased to announce, if any of you are not aware, that Charlize has 2 of her release songs. She's working on her album. She has like so many songs already that she's worked on, but she wants to be Miss Perfectionist. That's her sun in Virgo. Her Mercury's in Aquarius. So the way she wants her messages to come across, she wants it to be perfect. But either way, she's gonna come on for a little bit where she's gonna tell you about her music. Because the last live I did where she debuted the Lotus Flower. So I'm playing one of her songs. It's called The Tree of Life, where she had released it, I think it was 2 years ago, but she pulled it back because she wanted to do some more revamping, but I still have it. And it's appropriate for now because we think about the Tree of Life as everything that is moving in cyclical cycles. Remember, everything that is transiting on the earth, all these planetary shifts is connected to all the other planetary systems. Some of them is etheric, some of them are physical, but either way, we are the ones that are connected to each aspect, to each aspect of each planet, to what is shifting and moving through the cosmic cycles. That's right. So how have you all been feeling? How have you been feeling today, this new earth frequency, whether you're on this side of the realm, on the spring equinox or the fall equinox? I'm making sure that I'm lighting up because everything is going to come in with clarity, whatever comes in clear for all of us. Please share with me anything that you've been shifting with. I'd love to hear. And if anyone has any questions, anything that you would like to get any questions in, or if you'd like to get a mini reading or a mini, type of mini reading, I would say 20 minutes or so, I'd be willing to do that today. I'm not purging. I apologize that you're purging, but everyone is going through different spectrums of the, one side to the other. So remember that everything that you're connecting to right now, when you think of equinox, that represents the middle, what is in the middle, because the equator, what the equator is connected to this as well, which is also connected to your solar plexus. And what that is, what that has to do with is information. Remember, this is about information, data, the experiences, how it connects to your ancestors, how it connects to you, who you are now and who you've been many times, multi-timelines, multi-layered, multifaceted, okay? Give me a moment, because the last time I also forgot to share on all my other platforms. Bear in mind, I'm on YouTube and I'm on Instagram at the same time, okay? That's right. So when I come on now, I'm gonna be coming to bring in the information to wherever spirit wants me to have it flow. So I'm going to go with that flow. Greetings, Goddess Journey. I'm making sure to consciously be aware. I'm glad you're feeling good, Tiffany, over on Instagram. Greeting. Starting the new year. And actually today is my fast day. So, and when I say my fast day in Jamaica, when we say fast, sometimes we mean being nosy. But no, I'm fasting in terms of I have not eaten since I don't know how many hours now, but since the wee hours, I would say 1:30 in the morning. So I'm actually doing a 36-hour fast. So I'm drinking my ginger tea, and I also have my coffee. So if I do have a little hunger pang, and I also have my copper cup. So when I drink my alkaline water, I'll be ready for that. Okay. So anyway, it's great that I'm able to connect with each and every one of you. I have no idea which direction it's going to go today, so I'm just going to allow spirit to just flow with the messages and everything. And I'd love to know again how everyone's doing, being, what are you shifting, where do you feel yourself now as you're really connecting more to your light body? Because I was saying before, the equinox itself is a part of it. I did put it in the description in terms of what happens during the spring equinox, because the sun itself is at a particular point in where it is connecting to the earth and your solar plexus. And remember, where your solar plexus is where a lot of activity takes place, which is where we're connected to all of the things that we have always wanted to achieve. What do we want to embody in the new light body, and how it looks in the physical space. So we deal with everything within ourselves etherically, and then it moves and it transcends into the physical aspect of self. And so think of also how we're connecting to the parts of ourselves in terms of our DNA. I remember, if you remember the last time when I spoke to y'all, I was mentioning about how we're reconnecting to the mitochondria. The mitochondria has to do with the maternal aspect, the mother, the womb. And the womb itself is where we have always been. So whether your mother has given birth to you, we also have the cosmic mother that we're always connected to. And so think of the spring itself as the rebirth of yourself, the rebirth cycle. And we go through many, many times of rebirthing, because you know the rebirthing process is not limited to one time only. Okay, because you chose to incarnate here. We all did. We all chose to incarnate, and as we incarnated, we had specific points of what we were going to, what we call achieve for ourselves, and what we wanted to know ourselves, because we had to forget what we know so we can remember ourselves and who we are. And so as you are seeing yourself with who you are, with what you know, you're reconciling all that data. You're moving through it all through cycles of energy, and it has to do with how you feel inside, how you connect to your feelings, what part of yourself that you're going to be healing with it, and how you're connecting everything from your mind to your body and your soul. Everything just moves, it intertwines and it interconnects. So the sun is also in Aries, right, which is the beginning, right? And I made sure to look the paperwork I had before, what Aries represents, right? And we're talking about the head. We're talking about the beginning, okay? And everything that I'm going to speak on is going to go all over the place, because that's who we are. We're creative beings. So we're dealing with things planetary. We're dealing with things spiritually. We're dealing with things mentally. We're dealing with things to do with all the body parts, because this body itself is the light ship. It's the part of you that's in its expression of self with who you are. And so we're taking ourselves constantly to the next level and the next level and the next level. And it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. So as I've always said before, if you are purging, if you are feeling low in your spirit, whatever part of your lower self that you have to face, whatever part of your shadow that you must face, whatever part of your shadow that you're reconciling. Remember, your shadow, when you go outside and the sun is shining, the shadow is always with you, because I've never heard of anyone saying their shadow just disappears. Okay, your shadow is always with you. Sometimes you might see it, sometimes you might not. And so that means it's a part of you, it's a part of the process, it's a part of the cycle of these changes of what's going on. Okay, so Aries, the Aries mark is where we're at right now. The ruler of Aries is Mars. The element of Aries is fire. We know when it comes to fire signs is what? It gets things moving. It gets things activated. It's energy. It's a force. I know, what it took to give birth to my 5 children, that I had natural childbirth, natural in a certain sense. And it took energy. It took power. Even if I felt tired, something had to push its way out. So feel and think into yourself of what are you pushing out? What are you creating within yourself? And if you've been holding on to it, you can't any longer, because that new version of you is still going to have to come through. So the caterpillar itself that turns into the butterfly that might transcend back into some other form, and then it comes back into itself to become that butterfly, and you're still going to have to go through this process. So we think of the fact that in this time frame, right, when we talk about Saturn and Pisces, we're talking about history that connects to the age of Pisces, right? And then we're thinking about all of the karmic stuff that we took on from the time we came onto the earth plane over and over and over and over and over again. Be mindful of not judging the part of yourself that's going through the experiences, because remember, each aspect of yourself is going to go through both sides, okay? And bringing that balance in constantly. It's a constant energy in motion all the time. And so this cycle of rebirth on the earth with Saturn and Pisces is the water element, right? The water element itself is allowing you to process and to feel through everything that you felt energetically that you have held on into each point of your body, each point of your mind, each point of your spirit, and how you feel, how you connect to others, how you connect to yourself, okay? And so how you relate to yourself is very important now, because of what we are in the time of the Pluto going into Aquarius, which has to do with all of us. It has to do with consciousness, that unity. But the unity has to be within you first, for you to be able to feel how you connect to the unity with others. If you're not in unity and unison with yourself, it is going to be more challenging for you to be in unity with others. Now, unity itself, of course, can be something that can be kind of skewed, because there are particular elements of energy that shows up through people that spirit is going to pull you away from them, okay? And you can't feel guilty or feel as if you're responsible, or if someone is not connecting to you on that particular level, that they may not understand you, or they may come across as if they're going against you and all that kind of stuff. It's okay. Remember that. So the key thing is, again, how you're going to keep that balance within yourself, and you're staying grounded with that when it pertains to yourself, and then you're able to move forward, and how it moves and shifts between yourself and others. Interestingly, this weekend, my oldest son came to visit up from Florida. He was here for a few days already, and he came to visit me surprisingly yesterday. I knew he was coming, I just didn't know when. And I didn't know if he was still coming. So it was a surprise to his siblings, but it wasn't to me. And I thought about it, and I said, I knew and I felt that something was reconnecting me with having all of my children together at the same time, and also his brother, who's like a son to me too as well. And I knew it had to do with the collective energy and how we interact, because they all have their own personalities, their own way of how they do things, but they still reflect me. And my children have been the biggest mirrors for me in the meantime, along with my twin soul. But still, it's like it moves into the different elements of how it split with the reflection through them. And I was able to feel and recognize the harmony that was flowing between myself and my children. I was able to still keep looking back, because you're going to keep looking back and going into life reviews. This time frame during the ascension process, greetings, Andira. During the process, you're going to constantly be reviewing and reviewing and reviewing. And as you're reviewing, just look at it how you can analyze that information, take it within yourself into where you are energetically, how you're applying it into the physical realm. It's very important to pay attention to the physical now, just as much as what's in the energy. Okay, and the reason I say that, because that's how you're able to navigate yourself through what process you are at. Again, not attaching to judgment with it. Okay, it's to be observant of it and still live your life. Okay, live your life. One of the greatest things that occurred for me yesterday, which is not because I don't do it, I was able to just be in the moment. Even though I was only going to be seeing my son for like an hour and a half, because he said, Mom, I got to leave by this time because I had to drive back with his brother for 2 hours to go to Albany, which is 2 hours from where I live. Okay, it's going further upstate New York. And so I lived in the moment in how I enjoy the time of laughter and speaking on things that we, reminiscing on certain things and trolling each other. You know what I mean? I didn't think about anything to do with the outside world and all the other stuff that's going on. And then I thought about, having conversations with my second oldest son, David, and he was telling me something. I took a picture of him, and it's a picture that I love of him so much when he was a little boy. When I saw the picture, I said, do you remember taking this picture? And he's like, yeah, I do. He has a great memory. David has a better memory than all the others. And in the picture itself, he said, Mommy, that day Jamar and I were fighting. And I was like, really? I said, I don't even remember that. And so I started thinking about the fights that Brandon and Damon had, and they were like, oh, they had more fights than the other one. I was like, look, either way, 2 different generations of boys that I have, but I still had to go through the process of how I had to raise them, discipline them, be as the mom that I am. And a lot of times I've had other young men that have come in my life that they say I've been like a mother to them too as well. So the mother energy itself is not necessarily because you give birth to that particular human being, but it's the cycle of how we are with each other in how we connect from that nurturing space. And in the indigenous tribes, we would come together and laugh and eat or dance or cry, tears of joy, tears of happiness, tears of sadness. There's always something that would always be going on. But the one thing that I know within my DNA is the connection. How am I connecting to myself? I didn't even think about eating food, even though it was my eating day. And all I could think of, I didn't even turn on the music. I didn't remember, because I enjoyed the moment that I was having with having all 5 of my children together. And so I already know that my connection on the earth with who I am is to how to help others to navigate into that space of unity with each other, whether we're blood related or not. So I have my children, and even one of my friends that I know from the time my son was a tiny baby, when I used to work at Harlem Hospital, and he did not want to go to anyone else but her. And he used to say, I want to go to, her name is Stacy. And he said, I want to go to Tati. I want to go to Tati. And it's amazing to know my son is actually going to be 36. I can't believe it. On May 30th, where there's going to be an eclipse coming in that day. So it may look like as if it may be affecting him, but it's going to affect all of us. It's going to affect me itself, because it's talking about Gemini. Mars is coming out of Gemini. A lot of things to do with Mars being in Gemini, like I've spoken before, it connects to the time that we've been and continue to be in Atlantis. And it has to do with our own communication and how we communicate with ourselves and each other, how we communicate with our children, how we communicate with our neighbors, how we communicate with who we work with, how we communicate with our spouses, how we communicate with our lovers, how we communicate itself with the plants, the animals, the trees. Like I got my new plant, I started talking to my plant and I say, oh, I love you so much and this and that. I love the energy that things bring on with everything that's living, okay? And the time we take in how we keep connecting to each other, to one another. And so when we think about the age of Pisces, there are so many things that we continue to get from that timeline, those time frames, in our connections and our connectivity. Part of it, I would say, is again, the intuition, the religious factions, the beliefs. When we went to someone for guidance, right? Then you think about whatever information I get, whether you went to a pastor or whether you went to your mother or whether you went to someone that you looked up to or feeling that they know more than you. And how do you bring it back to yourself now and say, well, they're knowledgeable, but what do I feel inside? How am I connecting to myself inside? How do I feel about the information? And this is where so much of the balance has to come in when, when it comes to Mars and Gemini, right? And of course, Mars is related to masculine energy, which is within each and every one of us. And so one thing that is so important during this ascension time frame is how we are returning to the place of our communication with source, no matter what. No matter where the information comes from, how we're connecting to our communication with source creator, the all there is, right? Everything that connects to source. Because as we are acclimating, that's the word that they're showing me, as we're acclimating our light bodies and how much more we're ascending, rising above, raising our consciousness, the key element is being able to stay in that connection at all times and being in the moment of each experience that you're having, right? And what you're receiving from it, because as you're receiving it, it is doing something within your body and it's creating new data. And each time we allow each part of ourselves, whether it's healing, shifting, you're writing something, you're recording something, you're speaking something that shifts within you, shifts within someone else, shifts within your children, your tribe, who you're connected to. And then as the earth itself is bringing in all these spectrums of light that's shifting, this is what's creating even more above and beyond as far as for the new earth. Even today, I went to get an oil change on my vehicle because I'm going to still see myself before he leaves. It's like they say, you do whatever till the fat lady sings, right? And so when I got there, as soon as I drove in, the guy was like, hey, and I was like, hey, how are you? I was like, Happy New Year. He's like, Happy New Year. He's like, yeah, Happy New Year. I said, yeah, because this is the new year. The spring itself is a new year. And I told him, I said, when we think of spring itself, we think about everything that's been buried and whatever has been buried and watered. And what we have watered, we've nurtured. That's where mother comes in, right? The energy of mother and what's nurturing. What feels good as we're being nurtured. And still as we're being nurtured, there's parts of ourselves that's going to be feeling uncomfortable. It's going to feel weird. I can honestly say, giving birth to children, it can feel weird. And it can feel like, oh my God, my body's going through so many changes. So our bodies are going to keep going through changes. Constantly changes. And so when I said that to the guy, he was like, yeah, you're right. So by the time I left, I was leaving and he took me to my car. You know what he said to me? He said, thank you for telling me about the fact that it's a new year. I said, yeah, because that. He's like, yeah. He's like, because we know that all that shit came from Julius Caesar. I said, there you go. I said it had to do with the connectivity to the Catholicism and the Roman Empire, which is still connected to the age of Pisces. So we know that. And no matter what, even that itself served its purpose, right? It served its purpose because how are you going to know yourself and your power if you did not have the opposition, if you did not have the stuff that was all mixed up, right? and how we've been manipulated and lied and all these things. But the beautiful thing is that so much of us are awakening to wherever we're getting information from, the data, right? Whether it's from the books you've read or someone else you follow, or anything that you have heard from someone else, or what you've been taught growing up, all these different things. So I already know everything has been manipulated and lied about, everything. But it's not everything. I hold on to all the information coming from, people in terms of every single thing. So a lot of times what I do is I take information, let's say with a grain of salt, I process it, I tune into myself, and then I ask Spirit, I say, well, what is it? And I always hear, when you want to know what the truth feels like, or what the truth shows itself at that time, because as we rise and go higher in consciousness, information is going to kind of fluctuate, and then it's going to shift, because we're going to go to the ultimate truth. There's going to always be an ultimate truth that we're getting to, and the truth itself is going to go in like two different aspects of that spectrum. It's going to sway over to this way, and it's going to sway back over to the other way. It's going to feel like this is the way it is supposed to be, and then it's going to be like, no, I don't feel so. So that's why it's important not to judge, and it's important not to stay too stuck in what information that you're receiving or getting from outside of yourself. And why it's important to stay connected to yourself, because at all moments, in every moment in time, I'm telling you, source is the source creator is revealing itself through you, to you, and sometimes through someone else. And so even I was going to be coming on earlier today, and my same friend Stacy contacted me because I put up the pictures of my children, and I connecting with each other, taking photos and all that kind of stuff on WhatsApp. And so she's like, you know what? To heck with that. She didn't want to message me. She called me on the phone, and we haven't spoken on the phone in so long. So we're reconnecting back again in a new way, where Saturn and Pisces come in, because the way we communicate, where it's just texting or you send just an email, now it's this connection of how we remember how it was like to see one another, to be in that physical space, how we connect in that physical space with someone else, how we feel the love between ourselves and someone else, right? No matter how long it has been. And that it's not about holding grudges and, being snippy about how someone was before, all that matters again is being present and enjoying life in the moment, and what you see and what you experience. That is how you get through anything that you are working on when it comes to your personal healing. You don't always have to go look it up in a book, or you got to call someone else to find out what their feelings are, which is nothing wrong with that. But you are more empowered when you allow it to flow through you, because this is where the water comes. Where you allow it to flow through you. It's spring water. You stay like if you take the baths, the sea salt baths and stuff, you will receive your messages and your information. Being still in that moment to receive that message and where it's going to take you to that next level. So Saturn in Pisces is going to be until 2025 from what I heard. And of course, I'm going through a Saturn return, and it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Not at all so far, because I know I'm in that process of all of the energies of things that are leaving, whatever is that karmic energy. You see what's moving away from me, and I'm able to start again anew, right? In a new way with different things. And what am I starting anew? Just being myself. Being myself with who I am, not attaching to the labels, not attaching to the names or whatever, and not getting, like some people, they get real tight about who says what name. Like I'm observing it, like who gets upset over who says this name this way or that name. You see, when you get caught up in all that stuff, you miss the boat, you miss the ride, because what matters is how you're still living the moment, but you're aware of the other things that may be happening, but being in that moment is key. So I'm going to go back to what I was reading with Aries. The body part is head and face. The key word is I am. So I'd love for everyone to type wherever you are, Greetings, Amari. I miss you too. You should have been in them photos yesterday. I miss you. I miss you, Amari. You need to come to New York. Bring the children. Yeah, your cousin was here yesterday and everything. The two cousins. So I'd love for everyone to write anything that you want to write describing yourself as I am. What comes after that? I am. I am, I am, I am. I am who, I am what, I am in what feeling. Who are you? Who are you? How do you feel about yourself? How do you feel about your journey? How do you feel about your own connection to Earth itself? Because this is where we are. We're on this physical plane. We're on this planet. This planet originally, how it has been described as Atlantis. It is Atlantis. It's described as, the land itself as Pangea. We have all these oceanic energies, the ocean, right? We have the sky above. But who are you? Who are you? Who are you? What follows you in terms of I am? Where is Aries in your chart? You still have it somewhere. Where is Aries in your chart for you, and in what house, right? What new beginning stages are you coming into for yourself during this spring new year, springing forward? The clocks went forward last weekend too as well. So it's like the sun is shining on you where you are. I know in other regions it's in the Southern Hemisphere where it's gonna start to change in terms of the time and at the time, what am I saying? In terms of the daylight hours, I'm supposing, and of course it's gonna start to get cooler. But remember, the Earth itself is balancing where we're not gonna have so much of the cold temperatures. It's moving its way into that place where things are gonna come center, and we just have one median temperature. Because I already was given all those downloads back in 2015. I remember that's a part of the balance of where things are balancing out. I even find myself, it is very difficult for me to wear warm sweaters, even when it's cold, because even the body temperature is heating up. Okay. And I feel that part of that is to do with the core of the earth, you see, and how we connect to the earth, and how the earth itself and the vibration of what's moving up in consciousness, it is also acclimating in the physical body as well. And so I feel that there's also upgrades that is going to be still continuously flowing through our bodies. That's bringing us back into the mitochondria. The mitochondria is the element of how we connect to source, mother, okay? And the body itself is just going to automatically heal. It's going to automatically heal without taking any supplements or taking anything at all. This is the power that has been given to us from the beginning of time, So anyway, I'm waiting to see who's going to write I am. What follows after I am for you? What follows after I am for you? I am what? Who are you? I am what? Greetings, Brittany. You're welcome. You're welcome. You said you're releasing, Stephen said you're releasing experiences with your sister and relatives. You feel so good about it. Your ancestors come to me and said, let go. Yep, that's what it is. Let go. I'm telling you, the more you let go, the lighter you feel. And that's what we're working our way to, being lighter. Being lighter is just like releasing the baggage that we carry. And remember, a lot of the baggage we carry is also the stuff that we carry within our subconscious mind, and also the DNA that is within us through our ancestors, because you are your ancestors. And so all of the things that your ancestors have experienced and gone through, you've carried that, and you volunteered to transmute that in this timeline. I mean, the amount of things that we're, yes, keep it coming with I am. What is I am? And I want to see it. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it in bold letters, because the presence of who we are is not small, it's big. So let's be big and bold in our expression of self. And when you type in I am, type capital I am. Who am I? Who am I? And look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, who am I? Who are you? Who are you? Like, who are you? Like, who told you that you are who you say that you are? Is that something that someone taught you, or is it innately within you because it came through from source? See, that's the key thing, because what the purpose of spirit guiding me to express and share that with you is the key to how you stay in your empowerment. There you go. I am abundance. Staying in your own empowerment at all times. So when you're walking boldly on the street or wherever you are, driving, wherever you are, and others will feel it. And then what happens with that is that it gives others permission to do the same thing for themselves. So when that man said to me, "Thank you for sharing with me the truth about the fact that today is New Year," and I said, think about it. Why would we want to celebrate New Year when it's cold and things are dead outside, right? And I said, because everything was put there on purpose to flip it around so that way we forget the true codes that are within us and what life really truly represents, right? And life is within you at all times. See? At all times. And I can tell you this, that every time you're going through a particular experience that's repeating itself, and each time you go through that experience, document how you feel at the time that you're having the experience, and pay attention to when the experience, if the experience shows up again, how are you responding to it? Because that's very, very important to how you're able to get past a certain point where you're no longer emotionally manipulated, because that's one of the things that has kept our ancestors so looping, where we're constantly reincarnating over and over and over again, because a lot of the traumas and the stuff were not healed, and it wasn't addressed, especially, okay? And if it's not addressed, they're gonna come back in and repeat it again. So that's why these cycles of the traumas that we've taken all the time, that have been ignored, that stores back into the body. This is the reason why it has to come out in its expression, why we're in Taurus, because North Node in Taurus, the Taurus energy, because we're preparing ourselves now in the I am with Aries. Taurus is going to be I have, and the I have is, what do I have now in my presence? What am I creating? And it's not supposed to be a struggle with what you're creating. It is to be effortless. It is magic. It's magic, total magic. Okay. And you know, I'll be honest with you, I'm in an unknown zone right now for myself too. Okay. Because it's like you can feel the change coming, but then there's times when I don't know which direction it's going to go. And then I have to step out of my way. Sometimes we have to step out of our way so that way we can allow whatever free flowing energy come in to flow within us, and it starts to manifest. Because remember, whatever was written in the beginning of time was, I am that I am. I speak out what I'm creating into existence, and so it is. And that's how you end it. That's it. You're done. You don't have to jump up and down and all the hullabaloo and all. No, you're done. It is done. It is done. And so, again, the gratitude of what is done, because you know it is done on earth as it is in heaven, because whatever is above in consciousness, in creation, in what you don't see, it starts to manifest itself into your presence, okay? And not because you believe it, it's because you know it. That's where Aquarius comes in. I know because I just know. I just know. There's no explanation for it. I just know. I am who I am with what I have, and I know that it's meant to be for me because it is within my divine right. You see, it's within your divine right, knowing that you have it and that you do not need anybody's permission to have it or to be who you are, So I'm going to read your I ams, okay? And I'm in total gratitude for who you are and your I am presence. So anyone out there who says that saying I am is egotistical, that's their problem. Because you see, a lot of things, one of the main things too to detach from is someone else who struggles with their own power and who struggles with their own magnificence, who struggles with the energy of who they are. If you remember the X-Men movie, when all of them had different talents, different gifts, and a lot of times we have been judged and prejudged, and we prejudge and prejudge and judge and judge and judge constantly. And it takes a lot of lifting off of those layers. And every time that we place ourselves in these constant judgment, it's like you just keep diminishing a part of yourself. Now it takes time when you keep building up into that confidence and building up into the I am and building into I know, that even when you say you know and someone else says, no, that's not it, what you know, but that's what you know. That's what you know. And you're sure about it because what? How do you think you're sure? Because you feel it. And that's why it's imperative to keep connecting to your body. Your body is the ship. Your whole entire body is the ship. Your whole entire, like how when somebody's sitting in front of the computer and they're typing, getting the codes, guess what? You don't even have to type it because it's right there within you. It is. The elements of the earth assist you in what needs to bring it forward. That's for sure. But are you totally aware of the power of this body that you have? How aware are you of that? Like, really, do you know how much power you have within yourself? The ability to just move an object, the ability to create something to come into your life instantly. Do you know that I've been just thinking a thought about something and I just hear from someone, or I'm just thinking about something I choose and all of a sudden I get this and that. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And I no longer underestimate the power that I have within myself. And I stay within integrity with it because I know how powerful it is. Okay? I know myself and the power I have to shift and to harmonize anything that's going to come in with the chaos, because the chaos is necessary even during the course of our empowerment. So it's imperative to know that too as well. So let me go into the I am so I don't forget. Yes, you're welcome, Brittany. Yes, I don't even know what I said about the children, but so be it. Hey, Emily, moving crew, Jenna, peace, and blessings. Blessings to each and every one of us right here. Right now in the background, you're listening to Charlize. She released 2 of her songs out of her album. She has to be Miss Perfectionist. She's going to be coming on later. And you can find all her 2 songs on all the platforms everywhere. So I believe one of them is The Lotus Flower, and I believe the other one is Let Me Love You, or something like that. But does she have a treat for you with one of her new music that she also created? And I'm like, wow. I mean, I'm not saying it because she's my daughter, but I just have to tell you, please stay on track with your passion and your purpose. Your purpose is your passion. Your passion is what you love to do. The purpose of who you are that aligns with your passion is what brings in your greatest blessings. Your greatest blessings is okay to connect it with money. Money is the source. God is the source. The creator itself, brings the blessings through the passion and the purpose that you've been brought. Like, I know I don't refer to what I do as a mission, but I look at it as how I align with my assignment, my gift, and my purpose. I love when I am at the right place at all times, just like today, going to the car wash, to get my car oil changed. And the guy said to me, thank you for giving me that new information. I receive it. Okay. And I've seen him before. It's not the first time. And this is how we correct everything everywhere we go. And you're not thinking about it like, oh man, well, this person's a Christian, or this one is a Jewish man, or this one is a Russian. Just say what comes from your heart, your soul, because we don't know where they're at. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to the extent. Of course, if someone's closed off and closed mind, just leave it right where they're. Sometimes, spirit moves in such marvelous ways where you end up just talking to someone else, and the person who's closed-minded hears you talking to that other person, and the other person says, really dope? Oh shit, I'm gonna do that shit. Oh my God. And then next thing you know, that piques that person to do something different. So don't focus on who or how and when. Just be. You being yourself is the greatest asset that you could ever be for the earth, even more than you thinking out methodically what that specific is of what you're doing. You see where I'm coming from? I want to know if y'all know where I'm coming from with that. Because a lot of times when we go back into the head first, then you block yourself a little bit more because you're thinking about whether you're going to be accepted. If you're going to be accepted by someone, or you're going to be accepted by who you really are through someone else's eyes. Now, I know that there's so many of us on here that have gone through so many things with our family members, and in feeling and wanting to be accepted because you feel like the outsider. You know that you are chosen. That's what makes you chosen, because we are doing this and being this alchemically. It's an alchemical component. And alchemy is where we're turning things around. Okay, we're completing the cycle, the circle. It's like it starts out with one thing, and then it's moving through the process where it goes to another aspect, and then it begins again. And so we're taking in these new energies while we're releasing the old stuff, right? This is where Saturn and Pisces helps us with that. And it's much lighter. It doesn't feel as restricted, because in the Aquarius, when Saturn was in Aquarius, it was more restricted, with us not being able to connect to one another, and things were kind of like convoluted, and all these different ways that we're interpreting each other's messages and all this kind of stuff. So the water energy is going to allow things to flow with Saturn and Pisces. It's going to allow us to really look through the things that we are working on even more in terms of the karmic cycles and the karmic endings. Okay, and remember, each ending is also bringing the beginning at the same time. It's not where everything's going to end all at once and then all of a sudden everything just begins. No, it's happening simultaneously. So that's why it's imperative not to get too caught up in the names and the labels. Just flow with it. Sometimes spirit is just going to bring things on that you may not even have ever heard of before. Be prepared for that. A lot of things are going to be new. Because remember, every time we've had an experience, it attaches to something, and that goes what? In the Akashic records. So every time we dip into the Akashic record, then we got to process like, oh God, I remember that. Whether it's a good experience or a bad experience, but it's still an experience. It's still something that we're looking at, right? It's bringing it back into our memory. So as you review in the memory and say, okay, I see this. Oh, this is how this made me feel. Like even yesterday again, I went to get some food from the Haitian buffet. They didn't have enough chicken that I wanted to have for everybody to eat. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna go to the Spanish restaurant next door and just get some arroz con pollo and some salad or whatever to add to it, right? And when I went in there, a memory came back to me. That memory was when I experienced homelessness. And the experience of the homelessness brought me to the restaurant so I can have somewhere to sit down and eat with my children. And I remember feeling sad but happy at the same time. And this lady that I knew at the this hairdresser around the corner, this is in Spring Valley, New York, she happened to walk into the store. And she was like, hey, Sharon. She's like, how you doing? I was like, oh, I'm good. She's like, what's going on? What are you guys doing? And so I told her, the truth. And she's like, you know what? Just come over my house after you finish eating, so you just sit down and just so you can be in a space of being in a home. Because that time I think I was staying in a hotel or something. And it made my heart feel so good because I didn't know she was going to come in there. I didn't know I was going to feel how I was feeling because I felt bad. I'm going to tell you how I felt. I felt bad because look at where my children are. I tried to do the best I could, and this is where I'm at. And that time I was still working through those wounds. But when I walked in there yesterday, the feeling I had with that experience was, I am so grateful that I had that experience, because I'm even more grateful where I am now. And I'm going to be even more grateful to where I'm heading, because I'm choosing to create an even bigger space and studio space for my daughter so she can record, and she has this and that. And I even have to be correcting her sometimes when it comes to her I am feelings as well. So she doesn't think the same exact way as me, because she still is her own self, but she still carries stuff through her ancestry. Your children carry stuff through ancestry that connects either to the father's side and the mother's side, and the grandmother's side, and the great grandmother. It goes on and on and on. So it's so many of these energies that we're still moving through, you know, and whether it's a moment of being displaced from somewhere now, our ancestors have been displaced throughout time and time and time again. Our mothers have been separated from their spouses, their children's fathers, you know, fathers separated from mother. We went through all these traumatic cycles, you know. So think of how what we're creating new now is we can now come out, right? We can come out just like in the Wizard of Oz, and there's a part of the, you know, we call the wicked witch of the west and the east is dying. That energy is dying. It served its purpose. So we can now emerge from the darkness, you know, we can emerge from the deepest parts of ourselves where we've buried the feelings and the emotions, and we can feel safe with how we feel, because feelings are neither right or wrong. There just is. So we can feel safe with it. I can talk about it, and I don't feel as traumatized as I did back then. So when I talk about it, it's within just a split moment, and then I'm moving on to the next aspect of that experience I had within my subconscious, conscious, and super consciousness. Okay, because remember, it attaches itself to different layers depending on how much you hold on to it or how much you transcend through it. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to what I said. I was gonna read that I am. Moving Crew says, I am brilliant. Yes, you are. When I see you in your brilliancy, I see yellow, I see pink, I see purple, I see blue, I see diamonds around you. That's what I see when I see you say, I am brilliant. Okay. Jenna, I am in alignment and in reception. So when I see you speaking of your being in alignment, I'm assuming you're in alignment finally with yourself. You're in alignment with the earth, and you're in alignment with the cosmic mother. You're now open and more receptive to where you are in this alignment with who you are. You're more open to receiving. You're finally letting go and have shed all of the restrictions that you've placed on yourself in the past. So now you're free. You're freeing up yourself more and more and more. So keep journaling that, okay? Keep journaling it, because I feel like you're going through more stuff that it's like what do you call it, residual kind of residual stuff. And moving, oh, look at this, Movie Crew went on, she kept going on. That's right, girl. I am resilient. I am resilient. You know, when I think of resilience, I feel into the energy of resilience is where even if you're pushing through the trenches of anything, you still keep pushing through. You keep going through. You could be going through thistles and thorns and all kind of stuff. You're still breaking through it all. And so you're resilient, right? And you're power filled, okay? So you already know the power of who you are within yourself. You already know your power. You know what that power can do for you and what it does for others. See? That's very powerful. I am love. Yes, I am love. And you know what's interesting about when we say I am love? It's also where we are propelled to look at where we are not with love. So all the things that we are not with love is what you continue, because it's a continuous process, to break through it, right? To break through it, to keep on smoothing it out. You know, it's like when you're sanding down the walls and you're getting ready to paint. But you got to keep sanding it down until it's smooth. So everything that you've had within yourself that's not love, where you have been, where you felt blocked with love, that you're now allowing the door to open to feel that love within your heart and your womb. Okay, so you're becoming more open to that. And when you're saying I am love, because remember, everything we say I am not comes in and say, you really know? Are you sure? Are you really, really sure? Are you really sure? Right? And it's you that's doing it. No one outside of you is doing it but you. We are the co-creators of our reality and where it goes with that. Emily says, oh, wait, let me forget. Jenna says, I'm wild and free. So I think about how important it is for you to be out in nature. and running free with the flowers. And I think about the wild woman, you know what they call the wild woman. You know, we're out in the bushes or something, and we're running with the you know, it could be the chickens, it could be the birds, it could be anything in nature itself, and just allowing the rainfall to just come down, you know, barefoot and free. And when I feel into the I am wild and free, I think of the feminine energy, because she is even more prevalent than ever on the planet. And it's the truth. It's just coming in stronger and stronger, the wild woman. Okay? Because we're wild and tamed at the same time. At the same time. And so, Moving Crew Support Team says, I am abundance. Yes, because guess what? Abundance is it can be connected to money, yes, but it connects to everything in what we're abundant in. Because we can have an abundance of love, we can have an abundance of friendship, an abundance of you know, connecting to others in where they are in our lives. And you know, you could see like someone say, you know, I only have one friend. The next thing you know, you meet 5, 6, 7, 10 people all at once. Okay. And it's just the support that you're finally receiving. Okay. So keep opening that cycle of where we are in abundance and how it reflects through the outside, the external, because you know that it's within you. Because anything that's within you is going to just show itself on the outside. And what are the messages coming from spirit? Like today, again, when I was driving and I went to get a mango smoothie for tomorrow, because since I'm not eating today, I said I'm going to get it for tomorrow since I won't be around to get it, because I always get it because I love to satisfy my inner child with what I love to eat, okay? And so when I was driving going back, I noticed a lake and I was like, oh my gosh, I never seen this lake before. And the reason why, because I was always going in the nighttime. So you see, this is a part of where we're able to experience both sides. You know, what are the things that we see in the dark, and what are the things that we don't see in the dark? What are the things we see when it's daylight, and what things have we not seen? So we take the time to balance out where we're able to see things differently, where we're able to what's that word, not expose, but it's almost like you're being you're exposed to different things in life, right? And you're able to allow your heart to open up to new things. This is the time frame, what the equinox represents, what new things are coming in, that even if you don't know what they are you open to receiving what's coming in new for you in messages, what's coming in new for you in your abundance and that abundant flow? That it's not, it may not necessarily look exactly like how you're used to seeing it. And you know, usually is the ones who are a little older have a much more difficult time. Children are freer in their thoughts and their feelings, and they're able to just be. So keep what do I call it, practicing like a child, childlike expression, childlike feelings, childlike thoughts, not childish, childlike energy of flowing and laughter, doing silly things at times, okay? Even laughing at yourself. You're not laughing at yourself because you're judging. You're just laughing at maybe something silly, like do silly things. When you're in that space of, you know, during the moment that you're continuously shifting and healing and all that kind of stuff, guess what? It makes the journey simpler. It makes it simpler. It really, really does. So that's very, very key. That's very, very important when it comes to that type of flow, And so as you're flowing through this time with Saturn and Pisces, you know, that energy itself, what does it bring? What does it mean? What does it really mean? I'm going to read something really quick to you, quick for you. Saturn and Pisces. I'm going to come back to the I am. I'm not forgetting anyone. I am abundance. Today I saw a turkey. It was a wild turkey. The wild turkey stopped in the street when I was on my way from getting the smoothie. I was in Jersey, and I wasn't thinking about the time. I was just enjoying the moment because I saw the little lake that I never saw that was there before, because it was always dark. And so I was like, why isn't anybody moving? And then her spirit said, because there's an animal on the road. I was like, that's interesting. So You can see this on my Instagram stories. I posted it. And so when I got up closer, it was a wild turkey. It had beautiful colors on the beak and everything like that. And watch it, they're rude. Like I've had turkeys come in the yard and you just start trying to talk to them and they just like, they'll come and attack you. They will attack you and stuff like that. So you have to be, but again, that depends on your energy because every animals are also going through their shifts as well. But the turkey was just one turkey. And that turkey was holding up so many vehicles and it was just expressing, here I am. Here I am. I am. And the turkey also was an expression of nature wins. I am the one that's in charge of the road because, all these paved roads and all that stuff, because it wasn't like that before on the earth. It was, grass. It was dirt. It was, just wild, what you call it there, plants and all these type of things. We didn't have, paved roads and stuff like that. So I remember even in Jamaica, when we used to go to Jamaica, we would go to cross the road and all kinds of stuff. And that was normal. There wasn't anything wrong with that. That's just the way how it is. You know what I mean? And so we're going to continue to move in the process of coexisting on earth, even with the animals. Okay. So, and I love it. I love the connection to nature. You see, because even in connecting to nature, we're also receiving the codes. And as long as we allow ourselves to continuously be open to receiving the messages through nature, from nature, as well as within ourselves, because it still goes hand in hand through the planetary systems, as well as if it comes through from others. Okay. It's everything. It's everything. So I took the time and I said, look at that. The turkey represents abundance. And I'm not talking about killing the turkey to eat it. I'm just talking about the symbolism of the turkey itself. And the turkey, it has like a energy and a frequency of, you can't tell me what to do because I'm going to just be where I'm at and you're just going to wait. And then even the police officer car came and the turkey just walked to the police officer car and it was like, yeah, whatever. And he was laughing. The cop was laughing, everything. And I recorded the best that I could because I was still driving. Got my little skills, but I still got to be careful. And I thank the turkey. I thank the turkey because the turkey brought a message that I was supposed to see it and I was supposed to receive it as well as others. And if they see it, they see it. If they don't, they don't. That's okay. That's okay. So pay attention, still pay attention. And I've always been that way from how long, as I see something, I know that there's something significant behind it. No matter how it looks, no matter what it and how it shows itself up, there is a message. There is a message. See? And see how many things I shared with you within that 24 hour period. And still I know what I know. And knowing that the change is here now that has happened within me, that continues to happen within me. Just burning my little sage here. That's right. I changed a little bit of the music. It's called Take 5. Yeah, man. Woo, that's right. So I'm just going to read a little bit about Saturn and Pisces, right? What Pisces represents. Shifting, morphing. Makes us believe things that aren't real. So being that Pluto is moving into Aquarius and I feel the energy already, that means the things that we thought were true may not be true, and the things we thought were not true become true. Okay? That means that how you have taken in information, right? Where Mars has been in Gemini, because Mars moves out of Gemini, moves into Cancer on this weekend. Okay? So we're going to be moving from the mind to the heart, right? To the home, to mother, how we relate to each other, right? How we're able to move in action with how our heart feels and not just what the mind wants it to make sense, right? That's just coming through without reading anything. So I'm saying that. So it says here, Saturn Pisces is ruled. Saturn and Pisces is ruled by planets Jupiter and Neptune. And for the next 2.5 years, Saturn will transit the part of your chart that Pisces rules. So y'all know already, I have that stellium, as you call it. I got Mercury in Pisces, Venus in Pisces. I have Venus in Pisces. What else again? Moon in Pisces. Oh yeah, it's kicking. Oh yeah, and I have Saturn in Pisces. I can't leave that one out, right? And so Pisces rules the 12th house, the 12th house of the zodiac, which is the endings. So again, think about Pisces as the endings and how it connects to your ancestors, right? All your ancestors. Remember now, we're talking about your mother's mother, your mother's father, your mother's father's mother, and mother and father. So you're talking about the branches of the tree, right? On both sides. Because you carry something genetic within them on both sides. And then whatever children that you've given birth to, they're carrying something genetically that connects not only to your side, but also to their father's side. Or if you're the male and you have children with the female, that carries the genetic information that's within the cells. That's, remember, it's all on a cellular level. Everything's moving through from a cellular level. Okay? And how we correct these codes is basically, again, what you're transmuting, what's moving through alchemically through your body. And alchemical means that, again, the example I gave you is when I was talking to the guy earlier and I said, oh, this is the real New Year. That means that, yes, we had what they have on the Gregorian calendar as New Year, but in my heart, I know the New Year is actually today. So therefore, the code that I carry within me is the truth of what the new year and what spring really means, besides just the flowers blooming, is how it connects to me as that physical being that has incarnated in this physical body, and how it relates to the ascension time, and how I am chosen and you are chosen. Who you are, you know within yourself without anybody telling you, and how these codes are correcting and how it is connecting to the mitochondria. Okay? And the mitochondria is what we get back to in terms of where we are heading in this age of Aquarius. And Pluto in Aquarius is assisting us with what's breaking down and what's coming together collectively, okay, that serves humanity, okay, where it's not just about me or you individually per se, but it's about me and you and together with all of us. Not where one person is the leader and I got to go to the pastor or the priest or, to this one and that one. I have to also tune into myself. I have to keep myself connected to the source within me as I'm navigating my own path, because my path might be similar to yours, but it's not the same. But I'm not losing sight of myself just because. In other words, I'm aware of myself and the I am that I am, you see, and I am aware of you and I know who you are. And whatever my perception is of you, that's not for me to have that, okay? I might be observant, but I'm not going to have a perception of you, and the same thing that I would love to be applied to me too. Because what you perceive of me, there's something that you're perceiving of you, and whatever I perceive of you, I'm perceiving of myself. Even if there's 20 of you on here on one side to the next. You see, because no matter what, everything is going to keep reflecting back and forth, you see? So kudos to those who are still standing strong in their knowing, that's right, and their power, okay? So Pisces itself is constantly shifting and morphing into something else, because it moves fluently, in the water, and it makes us believe the things that aren't real. What's real may appear unreal, and what's unreal is something some people may believe. Pisces has a hard time with boundaries and often either doesn't know where the boundaries really are or goes beyond normal boundaries. This will become even more pronounced when Saturn and Neptune meet up in both the sign of Pisces and Aries, as well as in 2025. All it means is the societal confusion we are all experiencing in certain ways. And the societal confusion, again, has to do with the information that's out there. Because I know that's what I've been seeing, for the past 3 years, and even more prevalent last year, is how this doesn't feel right with this over here. And I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do with that? Because I'm being shown that that's not the way it's going to be. But then on the other hand, spirit brings me over to another aspect of something else related to that particular subject matter. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to stay quiet for now. And I'm just going to watch and see what happens. Because it's like, I don't want to say it's a battle. I don't want to use the word battle. Again, it's the representation of what we call dichotomy. It's dichotomy. So remember, source chooses to express itself through each and every one of us, and it breaks itself down through all of the microcosmic aspect, meaning that we are different components of the all there is. And so what happens is source chooses to have an experience of what I'm, thinking what is true. And then with someone else, in their thoughts, well, it's not true. And that's not the way it's supposed to be. That's what they're supposed to experience. That's what I'm supposed to experience in my own way. But still, the ultimate balance is going to come through where we're going to look at it like it matters and it doesn't matter, because we're ascending to the point of where we're just in that pure space of love. We're just in that pure space of love. And with that pure space of love, that means there's no conditions placed on it. So whether we want to look at things, yes, this is black and this is white. I'm not talking about the color, the race thing. I'm talking about this is black and this is white. But this is purple and this is orange and this is gray and this is this. This color makes that color. Red and blue makes purple. And that means it separated it. And then it comes together here and then it moves here. And this is the energy of the soul. This is the energy of where we are in how we choose to experience all of these different layers and different spectrums of light and dark, and what may look like this is not the right thing and this is not. But the one thing I do know for sure is that we continue also to gravitate towards nature, what is natural to the earth, what is shown through the earth, what's shown through all the different elements, whether it's the weather, the animals, the fruits, anything that connects to nature. Like if you question something and you say, boy, I don't know, I don't know if this is right, then go back to nature. When I say go back to nature, I don't mean, because I'm going outside, and say, oh, I'm back to nature now. No, I'm talking about observe. How is nature responding? How has nature responded in the past? How does certain things come into creation, right? What is the ebb and flow, right? It's like the animals know when there's a storm coming. They can sense it, right? So we pay attention to the animals, where they're going, in what direction, because they're sensing and they're knowing, they're in tune to where you move yourself out the way and let nature take its course, right? So that's another aspect of that. And then we also look at what comes natural for you in terms of your path and how you feel inside. Because a lot of times we've been told to ignore those feelings, or it's not right, or it's you're corrupted, and when I say corrupted, I'm not talking about like deviance out there. I'm talking about like someone says, oh, the devil made you do it, blah blah blah. Maybe the devil made you do it, but that's still something for you to explore. Not because you're bad, but because there's a part of you that's connecting to your shadow, where your shadow side wants to show itself up for you to see that you were perhaps that particular individual or had that particular experience. And in that connection to that experience, as what we call, because the devil is really to live backwards, like turn it around, it's to live. Well, when you're not living in the way that brings you into that form of how you're able to be at peace with who you are and yourself. So therefore, this part of your shadow element that's going to show up is where you might say, well, I want to be this over this side instead. And until you work through those emotions and how you connect to it, then you end up going back over to the other side, but still remembering that that's still a part of you, without judging, okay? Without judgment. without judgment. And then I feel that that's what makes the flow much easier for you in where you take it and what you do with it. And observance is key. Observance is key. One moment, I'm gonna drink some tea. Yes. So Saturn in Pisces wakes us up to the possibility of what is real and what is not. How do we know what is real? Like, I even think about, I was watching somebody's live, and they were talking about all the information that they've gathered because they went to different countries, and they found the scrolls of Turan, what was written in the Bible, blah blah blah, and all these different things. But I thought about it. I said, how do we know, even with the however someone read it and how it was written in, whether it's in hieroglyphs or in that particular language, how do we know that it's true? How do we know what interpretation was coming from how it was written, right? Especially if it's something that is there from thousands and thousands and thousands of years, right? I mean, I'm not negating whether or not something happened, but how do we know what is real and how and where it came from and how this will apply for us? Yes, because we needed to know the truth. Absolutely, I agree with that. But we also have to know what feels real, because this is the practice that Spirit wants us to be in, is to practice knowing when something is real, not because, oh, this one said it over here and because they did that over there, but how it feels within your body, because your body is going to be in that space of recognizing when something feels real now, what transpired, because as time went on, things became skewed. And again, things that may have looked right in one way may have been the total opposite in the other direction. How would we know? So why fuss over it, right? We take in and then we analyze it, break it down, and then we also allow the new information. Because one thing that Spirit showed me, at least showed me, I'm sharing it with you, I know I've said this before many times, is to stay so present. Not the future, not the past. Stay very present, because there are so many people that are going to find themselves in more confusion coming this year. Okay, for real. More confusion. If they stay talking about the same thing over and over and over again, like, I find that to be so boring. Like, especially if they only want to talk about the government only constantly, and this one did this. Yes, I know this happened and that happened, but can you change it up a little bit? Like, you can go into certain information, but go back over to something else, if anything, and balance out everything and what you're going through personally, and not just the same focus every single day. The saying is, whatever you focus on the most is what you're going to experience the most. You see? And I don't find any joy and fulfillment in that every single day, where it's always the same thing over and over again, the same, like you're complaining or you're talking about what this blah 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 blah. And again, I'm not taking away the experience of what that individual is happening, but it's something to think about. Where do you see yourself in who you are and who you are in, how do I say it, in reflection to what you're creating. Okay, so in other words, if you're saying I am prosperous and I'm joyful, but then you're showing something the total opposite every day, how are you placing yourself in that position if you're focused on the same category of things and the same category of information daily? That's what you're feeding your soul every single day, and there's no change, there's no nothing. So you're fooling yourself if you're thinking that that's what you're presenting for yourself. And it's not because you're saying that to prove it to someone, but it's to really be honest with yourself. Is that really real? Is that authentic? Okay, is that really authentic? Because it's not something that you can force within yourself. And I really take a stock, as one would say, of what emphasis that I notice majority of people focus on for themselves. Again, just observing, because I am the one that My assignment is to observe the collective. As I am also walking in the space of the collective, I hold a lot of the collective energy because I process it and I break it down. I break it down. I have the ability to feel the thoughts and feel the energy of the individuation of this consciousness because we're still all one. Okay, and we're all an individual expression, so it can be challenging, very challenging, to be able to let go of the habits we form, the way we think, what we believe, what we feel, what we're taught. And even sometimes you say, well, I don't really believe in this, but you don't realize that you're operating on that same program running in the background over and over again. And it's very habit forming. It really, really is. And I know I found myself where at times where I'm doing certain things that I felt like maybe I shouldn't have done that. And then I heard my spirit say, okay, if you feel that you shouldn't have done that, what is that saying? What is that saying about you? I said, well, all it's saying is that at this moment, this is what I desire. And, we might think, well, it's not going to hurt me. And it may not necessarily hurt me. But then I know that I don't have to really judge myself in what it is that I desire with something. But I also allow myself to process through it to the point where I no longer have the desire. Because a lot of times we are attracted to certain things that we desire, how we feel and believe, because it's in that genetic programming that we're breaking that loop, or we're breaking that energy that has kept us stuck. Okay. And again, not because we're holding judgment, because it's almost like, I'm trying to do, okay, I'm gonna be transparent. So there was something else that I had been experiencing, right, with my body. And I couldn't figure out what the heck is going on. And I kept saying, Dad, I wonder if I'm supposed to go to the doctor then. Maybe I need to go to the doctor. And I heard Spirit saying, nope, you're not going to the doctor. And I was like, okay, well, how am I going to figure this out? What am I going to do? And I had to just be still. So what I had to do is, as each moment of whatever I was experiencing with my body was occurring, then I listened when I heard the voice say, okay, when this happens at this junction, do this. Then when your body is speaking to you and does this, you do that. So I had to end up navigating, like truly navigating through what I was experiencing with my body. And so when I saw myself experiencing it again, I responded differently. I wasn't like, oh, why does this have to happen again? Or I'd be like, oh gosh, I feel so confused. So I wasn't like that. And so what I did is I allowed myself to just go right back into the space of, whatever joy I was experiencing. And it's like I was detaching from it, and I was still honoring my body with what I was experiencing. And then I also made a different choice of what I'm going to do differently, right? And how I'm navigating through it. And what made me feel good about that is that I did not go to the doctor, and I allowed Spirit to be the doctor through me in what I needed to do, how I needed to balance, at the same time working on what things I need to let go of that I can't eat anymore, or what I can't be around anymore. You see what I'm saying? It's a process. So, and the thing is that I pay attention to the fact that I feel good inside in the process of where I am with this, okay? And when I say feel good inside, I'm not making this up. It's like, oh man, I'm going through this, but I still feel good, And the reason why I feel good is because I self-realize some more about me and what I connect to with Spirit. That's what gives me joy. And this is where we're all moving. Greetings, fire-breathing dragon. We're all moving through the elements of how we are taking charge of ourselves and our own autonomy and our own empowerment, because every part of what we do to heal the components of our body that's had to heal. Because each and every one of us, no matter who it is, I know when I look at people on the street, I was like, oh man, I could feel this with this person and that with that person. It just comes through like a bolt of lightning. And I don't go around telling anybody what to do or what. I'm just saying that's how I'm so empathic with the information. And unless spirit really compels me to tell them, and so that way they could feel that peace, because nothing beats having peace of mind. When you have peace of mind in knowing something or something you couldn't see before. So, again, there's nothing wrong with where you contact someone. I'm not saying me, but if you contact someone and say, I've been going through this and I'm just like a little stumped right here. Because sometimes it could be a little bit of fear that might come up that might block you from not being able to see something that's going on in your life, or so, because it could even be something energetically, something emotional, where you're feeling emotionally stuck, you're feeling triggered by someone from the past. You could be contemplating something in a relationship with someone, business wise or professional or personal, and you're just like, should I go through this again or should I not? And this is the point. Again, this is when you become still and you allow spirit to flow through you, and your body is going to be doing the most communication with you when it comes to what you're experiencing, health-wise, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, as well as anyone around you. So it's like it becomes your antenna. You could be sleeping and the antennas go off. It's like I could be like, get up, go to the bathroom, come back, go to sleep, and then I just have a dream, and I dream about someone and what's going on around them, and I call up and say, hey, is so and so going on? And they're like, yeah, how you know? I said, because I had the dream. This is where we move into that space where you're so connected. You're so connected that it's like we won't need the telephone anymore. We just telepathically communicating with each other. Okay? And it becomes stronger and stronger, because it's almost like it's like a muscle. It's a muscle that it's once you use it and you keep using it, and it becomes like this muscle that, and then finally it starts to show itself into the physical realm with the information. Okay, now that is the true data, or data, how you pronounce it, to where we are going to be with Pluto and Aquarius, where we're having to decide or choose how we're connecting within ourselves and connecting to the AI, right? And information that comes through the phone, the desktop, the laptop, the Mac, all of that. That, again, there's nothing wrong with whether you're using those tools, but it's bringing yourself more on board on the motherboard that connects to the ethers in the information, and how you are utilizing that as your compass, okay? As your compass. So Saturn in Pisces is going to help you and help all of us to release parts of the old ways in how we're communicating, and perhaps bringing back other ways that we communicated with each other, how we flowed together, flowed through our heart, talking on the phone instead of texting, which is a lower state of consciousness. I talk about that in the book, the different types of ways that we communicate with one another, because communication is my pet peeve. Like, there's so many ways for things to be misunderstood, in so many ways to be misunderstood, and how it's interpreted. And don't forget about the words that cause spellings, okay? And how it's interpreted, and how the voice sounds when it comes with it too. That's the other thing. You see what I'm saying? And so how we're connecting to the new energy in communication and communicating with one another, when it comes to the AI, what's that word I'm thinking of, is how far are we gonna take it? Because even including those people who say they need it for their health, their bodies, new ways of how you have the the artificial arms and limbs and all different types of technology that's used for healing components. There's even something I had discussed. Let's see, red light therapy. I don't know if anyone has ever heard of red light therapy. Now, the red light therapy is something that assists you with your body, like if you're not able to be out in the sun, because of course the sun itself is the strongest component when it comes to the cells of the body, and that's the true natural technology of how we connect to our own power, the codes that come in when we're able to sustain ourselves on the earth without needing any food or water, because we're living off of the light, okay? Because we're becoming lighter. We're becoming lighter in our hearts, lighter in our bodies. Everything is just moving through a spectrum of this light itself. And so the red light therapy, I do it at times because it helps to not only keep me in balance, but it works through things between from a cellular level, in how it works through the energy and how it works through the spectrum of the cells of my body. And so doing that in conjunction to the fasting, I've spoken about the fasting too as well, because that also opens the doors to the mitochondria and how you're going back to correcting the codes and the codes of the body itself. Because we already know that the original DNA of the body itself, in terms of being this density, is not the way that it was planned to be, but this is the way it ended up happening. And as we're ascending, we're going to be becoming more crystalline. And they show me the process of what it takes, because there's times, I don't know if you all have been going through that, there's times when you're going to have the headaches, throat infection, ears ringing, pain in your knees, pain in your back. You might feel, I even had something that happened with my eye. It was crazy. Like something was going on with my eye. I had some type of a throat infection or something, and I had to take something for that too as well. And it went to my ear. On my solar return, like my tooth was hurting me, and the virus was affecting with the tooth, and it was going to my ears. So it's like I knew at that moment there was something that I was transmuting that was connecting through the ancestors, okay, connecting to me. And this was on the left side. So that's still going to continue to happen. And so with the red light therapy, what it does, it's also like a transitory phase of how things are absorbed in the body through the cells again. And it also shrinks fat cells. It helps, like for people who are diabetic, or if you like people who are have dementia, okay, because it works again through the cells of the body, and it even works through the collagen of the skin. It just so many things, but you can look it up. I just wanted to share just parts of that. I know one day I will do that, like a specific live, in reference to that, but I'm just showing you about the different components. There's also different type of healing modalities that are going to be coming through these time frames in terms of healing, which is like water therapy. There's also water therapy, where you're able to be, if you're indoors and you're in this closed off unit and you're in the water, and you're able to meditate in there as well, and what it does for the skin. And again, I'm not talking about anything that you're taking internally in terms of, pill or drinking or anything like that. Even myself, I was taking all these supplements, and that was affecting my body. That was affecting my body too as well. So that's when I had to listen to Spirit say, stop taking this. Don't take that. It might be good for one person, but it may not be good for me. So you got to pay attention to what is important for you, what your body is telling you. Even if it's natural, even if it's healthy, it's very important to pay attention to your own body and how it coordinates with what is best for your body. Because as you even I was going through itching with my skin, okay? Even itching. So that's also key to where we are ascending to that new layer of consciousness that is also connected to the light body, okay? That's connected to your light body. And where we are beginning this, as the sun is in Aries now, and What else? And Saturn in Pisces. Saturn being in Pisces. And then we have the North Node in Taurus. So then there's also the effect of money, value, worth, right? What is your worth? What is valuable for you? What are your commodities? What are the things that you can prepare yourself for the change in what you're used to doing and having, that we're in the apocalypse. The grid is going to go down. So are you prepared for how you're going to communicate? Are you working through exercising yourself through telecommunications, telepathy, right? Do you have your walkie-talkies? Do you have any other mechanism to communicate, with someone else, if anything, right? Remember, it's a transitionary phase. It's all transitionary. So, and it's also being prepared and aware. Even my daughter-in-law was reminding me about a water filter, get a water filter so you can filter the water. Check out your area where you live to see if there's any streams or brooks or lakes or, but more running water, I would say, right? And so that way where you can go. Look in your local area where there's any local farms. So that way now we're not going to probably have any local supermarkets, but you'll be able to, if you're not able to grow your own stuff, where you are, depending on your region, the land space and the land mass, and see where you can find the local farms. So you at least have that information, because you won't be able to look it up. They don't give out phone books anymore, as far as I know. You see? So prepare yourself in that way too, just as much as you're preparing your body and preparing your mind. Taking the time to rest when you need to. That even if you're not able to rest during normal cycles, I say, of sleeping, as long as you balance out how much rest that you do get. And if you're not able to sleep, then you just move into the space of what you can do to calm yourself down being overstimulated. And that includes getting your crystals, your stones. There's also some stone, Himalayan salt, bath stuff. I mean, I have like a whole bag of these, and I take some with me. I have them in my bed too when I'm sleeping, and all that kind of stuff, which really helps a lot. Some of these, depending on which one you get, that you can that you can put them in your bath if you're able to take a bath. So that way you're constantly clearing yourself, especially if you're in contact with a lot of people. This Saturday gone, the whole day, I was cleaning the house from top to bottom, okay? Clear out stuff in your rooms. Clean up. Clear the dust. Clean the dust. Very important to do that, because that energy itself it does affect you. It affects how you're going to be able to function throughout the day and around you. It's like I keep telling my children all the time, clean your room, get into the habit of what you're cleaning and what you're dusting, whether you're doing the micro cleaning and you're doing the macro cleaning. And this is the time to do the macro cleaning. Time to get stuff out of the closet that you don't wear, stuff you don't wear for over 3 years. Get rid of that. Get rid of clutters in the closet. Reorganize yourselves if you need to. If you have plants that are dead or anything dead, get it out the way. Bring in new energy, new plants. All of this is important during this time, this season, okay? All the time, as a matter of fact, because all this energy of what you're cleaning and clearing and organizing, it helps for things in your life to become clean and organized, okay? Because there's lower energies that do exist that wants you to stay lower in feelings, and sometimes that's what brings on the depression, because you have so much clutter around you. Or sometimes you're wondering, why are things stagnant in my life? Because you have the clutter around you. If you have a bag, ladies, and you have a lot of stuff cluttered in there, clean that shit out too. Clean it out. Throw out the old papers. Throw out things that you don't need anymore. Okay. Wash your bathroom rugs too. Everything carries energy. Everything carries energy, as well as you being energy. Take your baths or showers twice a day. Like, really be as clean as you can and clean as possible. Because again, a lot of things that we have attracted to ourselves we're working through again that spectrum on the earth of where it comes into balance, because we're cleaning our surroundings, we're clearing up certain people we either hang around with, or this is not, it's just not good anymore, or there's something that individual needs to work, and that's also part of your cleaning cycle during the spring or even fall, wherever you are. That is also a part of the process of what the shift is coming in for you. Okay, so I'm going to read one more thing, and then I'm going to do some sound healing for us. And this has to do with, again, the rebirthing cycle that we're in, right? We're talking about the womb as well. If you have a womb, a natural womb, so important at this time to also do womb cleansing. Okay? And affirmations. I've always spoken about, excuse me one memento. This book, The Power of Shakti, for both men and women. For both men and women. Bring this over to Instagram, bring it over here to YouTube. And this speaks about the divine life force. If your life force is traumatized, triggered, if there is feelings of trauma from sexual traumas, pain, heavy bleeding, cysts, fibroids, you name it, it's so important to do your womb cleansing, okay? And not just the external, but also diving deep into yourself, into where it started from, how it was created, okay? And part of that process is really making that assessment, especially from your childhood or a young adult, so that way you're able to really bring in the true power of your creativity and the true power of who you are, okay? Because it's a part of your body, it's an organ. It's the most important, one of the most important organs of your body, just as much as your heart, okay? Because the center of the womb itself is where we transform, okay? And each female that transforms and heals her womb, it brings into balance of everything on the earth that connects to everything else, okay? Because the planet itself is feminine. The planet is feminine, and it is, okay? It's how we are attaining and moving through the intelligence of our sexuality. A lot of times, we're not even able to get into the deeper aspects of the sexuality because there's still so much healing to do from the traumas. And the views that we have when it comes to sexuality, and the views that we have when it comes to our bodies, just being able to talk about sex and our organs, and and blah blah blah, and what it means to be in that sacred space with your sexual organs, and being in that sacred space with your connection of your sexual organs with and through the Creator. Okay, it is the key for both men and women, how we ignite that living power, the intelligence of the Shakti, how it awakens the life force, the joy, and the organic wisdom within. And it has to do, and this is sacred orgasm. It is like a sacred orgasm because we are sexual beings. We were created sexually. What happens above happens below, right? So that means above is where we were created through that sexual energy. But again, if there is an aspect of trauma or something that is triggered that creates that block, then you're not going to be able to know that inner wisdom where it's clear, not where it's tainted by thoughts and feelings of unworthiness and self-worth. And if you've been giving your body away to multiple people, and all those people's energies that you're carrying from an ex, and the ex's ex, and the ex's girlfriend, boyfriend, wife, or they're sleeping with 2-3 other people. So these are the choices that we have to really, really consider and take now, where you are in that aspect of sexual energy, how you feel about your body, and also sexual energy. This is where we're activating the power of the Shakti through energetic pathways, okay? This also connects galactically as well. So it's very cosmic, very, very cosmic. And usually what happens, I remember when I went to my own Kundalini, and it literally went all the way up to my spinal, and I felt my whole body was vibrating so strong. I remember. And when I say vibrating, I mean my whole body was shaking like you're thinking about an earthquake or a volcano erupting. It wasn't like any normal type of thing like one would say. This was something as a natural occurrence, and it happened to me 3 times. I had no idea what the name of it was called, but I knew that it was spiritual. I knew it was something connecting to source. I knew it was something that was so powerful, and I didn't have the word for it. And so I allowed myself to just keep going through the process. And I saw my body and I felt my body lifting up. I was ascending up through my body while I was still attached to my body. And I was shown this is a part of how the earth, the new cosmic earth is going to be in its expression, where we're going to be so elevated and feeling high inside with no tools, nothing but spirit just moving and flowing in and out. And because we have to be able to be at the place where we're comfortable and the heart chakra is able to handle that type of energy. Otherwise you could die. And that's why we have to keep practicing what we're doing to shift through the parts of the shadow that where you feel stuck, or where you feel the pain, or where you feel uncomfortable, okay? And to the point where you're at peace and you're not feeling that, feeling like as if you're fragmenting all over the place. You see what I'm saying? So I went through all of that experience back in 2015. This was stemming from months after meeting my twin. And so everything for me was just coming online on board rapidly, because I had to record it. I had to pay attention and observe myself so I can speak on it today. There may be 1 or 2 people that I've heard speak about certain things like this. I'm not saying I know everybody to know whether or not they have or not, but I'm just telling you what's coming. I've already recorded this. I've recorded all of this information without talking to anyone. I didn't read any books. It was just flowing through me like a vessel. It was pouring faster and faster and faster, like a speed of light. Because that's who we originally are. We're just like a speed of light. And it's all these colors and the spectrum of colors. And it's like everything else on the earth that is not necessarily important, I would say, just starts to fall off. Okay? And that's what's coming, where it just starts to fall off, where it doesn't matter. Like you're not going to care. It's not going to matter. So it's like they show me like people who transition out of their body. All they do is they go through that life review. They start to feel and experience what everyone that they interacted with, what they experienced. And then what ends up happening is they just feel just so much love. They're in this space of pure love. Like it's almost like, again, you're in the plane and you're looking down and you're seeing all the activity going on and you're like, oh, so that's what that means. Okay. But there's no emotional trauma attached to it. There's a deeper understanding of what it is. So there's no one holding on to like, oh, why is it this way, and why you did that to me, and accusations, and nobody getting angry. It's just not like that. So I was able to be in that space of literally walking in my body as if I was on stilts. And I was just seeing and feeling the presence of that joy, the infallible joy, okay? Because it's actually blissfulness, which is higher than joy, okay? But in order for all of us to get to that place where it's withstanding, because when I started feeling myself coming down, I was really like, please, I don't want this to happen. I want it to stay. And I just heard Spirit say, we have work to do. Okay, we have work to do. We have been, but now being more consciously aware of it. Because this is where the blissfulness is going to be long standing. It's going to be everlasting. Okay. Yes, the physical body is still going to go through its own transformation, but I'm talking about that feeling of where we are operating and living and embodying and walking as soul beings. This is where your soul is in its awareness of itself. And as it is in awareness of itself, it knows itself. It knows its I am. It doesn't need any permission from anyone whatsoever. Okay. And you're in that joy because you remember. You remember. Your memory is not wiped out. Okay. It's like all the data is within you, period. Period. Okay? So the circuit, CIRCUIT, begins with the galactic energy entering the body at the Alta Major Chakra, located at the back of the head, traveling down the pillar of the spine. Through the root chakra, the circuit passes through the 7 gates of the Grail womb to link the sacred sexual center and the heart center. So in other words, when we feel into the frequency of the equinox, right, which is the womb, which is the center, right? And if you're in a male body, you're still in the center of that space and that connection to your mother, right? Through the umbilical cord, okay? That's your connection to the feminine energy, how you feel yourself through your heart and through your sacral chakra. And then it comes back to that starting point, and then it reveals itself to you where you're seeing everything. How do you see everything? You not only see it with your eyes, you're also seeing it with your ears. You're feeling it through your throat, the expression of speech and talking, right? And then sometimes you're not going to say anything. Can I feel and see everything without speaking? Because we're feeling it through our heart. And it's an energy, it's telepathic. It's like a communication. It's like you have the satellite system, you have the what do you call it? You know, when you have the, what do they call it again? The radio, right? The radio, and how that communication flows through, and you got, you know, even the walkie-talkies, that has their own system. There's something that it's connecting to. If you have a phone and someone else has the same phone, then you can do talking back and forth through the phone as well. So that's a different type of communication. So no, we're talking about human, or the being that's communicating from one being to the next, no matter where we are in the world, okay? No matter where we are on the planet, no matter where we are on the land itself, and being comfortable with that and trusting that, okay? So when we center from that point in what we're seeing, all of everything, right, and communicating with one another, we're also centering that part through the womb space for women and the hara in men. And it links the soul, the mind, and the body, your emotions, your chakras to the power, and the loving wisdom of the cosmos moves through you and provides the insight and experiences that we need to activate these powers and the pathway and the gateway, okay? So everything that connects us. So just know that every part of your body has a point, okay, that it connects from, left and right, up and down, from head to toe. So let's think about Aries, and where we're connecting to that point now, where we're able to know, right, within ourselves, what's in our minds, the information, the data that we've taken in our minds, transmuting that data and have it work through the process of where it's the highest and best for us through our bodies, okay? And as we're walking on the earth itself, all the information that we have within our minds, we are able to decipher this with that and that with that. You know what I mean? So that's just like a basic way of how they're showing it to me, because every moment that you receive information, you think about, how can I apply wisdom with that, okay? Because you can have all the knowledge in the world, but if you don't apply wisdom, what's the use? Because you can just talk and talk and talk and talk. Okay, how am I applying that to my reality right now? How am I going to make it make sense to my thoughts? How am I going to make it make sense to who I am and what I'm here to be? Who am I, and how does it relate for me? Okay, so the waters of the heaven are now here, okay? Our divinity is through our mitochondrial DNA. God and woman meet in the uterus, and then it activates the mitochondrial DNA because it's a conduit. It is the source of the Holy Ghost, as when we say, or the Holy Spirit. It's like spirit science. And that mitochondrial connection itself to the uterus connects to the pineal gland and back to what we call the Queen of Heaven, okay? Because that wisdom itself is at our feet. So it's like we have the things that we take in collectively here, and then applies to all the different organs of the body and works its way to our feet, right? And we're able to move in reverence because we are aware of the sacredness of the body now, right? What we eat, who we connect to, who you have sex with, who you're intimate with, whatever, however you want to word it, okay? Because the womb itself will now be considered to be reverence in how it connects to everything that's shifting on the planet, because everything is going to start to reflect itself with that beauty. Everything will start to become more beautiful and shine brighter. The flowers will be more rich in color and the spectrum of color. The way they show it to me is that, I know they do all the chemtrail foolishness and all that stuff, but believe me, all that stuff is going to be coming to a head where it stops, okay? Because they can't stop. Nothing can stop what's coming through from the cosmic element as far as these changes on the planet, okay? Nothing. And that's why Pluto and Aquarius is coming at the time, why it's happening at the time that it's happening right now, because it is helping us and facilitating for us. We don't have to worry about it. Their time is up, and that's it. Their time is up, okay? That's it. So the doors are opening more and more in how we're becoming, okay? I want to share with you, I don't know if anyone remembers this from a long time ago. This was painted by Charlize, and she was 9. Was she 9? I think she was 9. And I always keep it in my office. And she doesn't even remember that she painted it. She doesn't even remember why. She just took it and just started painting it. So she painted this from scratch. It wasn't from her looking at a picture or anything like that. And I knew when she painted it, there was something, she said this was like a volcano erupting, okay? So we think about the volcano like fire. We also could think of the volcano like a womb as well, too, like a vagina, okay? Because I always think of the volcano like a vagina, because when it erupts and it spews out the lava, that's like the woman that's having a menstrual cycle, okay? And so she just painted it, like I said. I'm gonna move back further so you can see it very clear. And she told me down here it represents the people, okay? And you already know that this represents the yin yang. This is the balance, okay? And then here, I believe she told me that time, this was the sun and this was the moon. I believe that's what she was, at the time. I don't remember quote unquote, but I could feel that that's probably what it was. So we're thinking about how and what this represents in nature. So when I talk about how we're going back to nature, is pay attention to everything that's happening around the world or around the earth itself in terms of the cycles of the water elements, the flooding, the tsunamis, okay? You think about emotions and the emotional feelings, each different land space or landmass in what's coming up through these waters, right? Or fire element, okay? And where the earth itself is moving through this cosmic balance of dark and light, power and the weakness, the strength and the weakness, okay? Everything that shines in that darkness itself and what reveals itself, right? In the opposite direction now, okay? Because we're moving in opposite direction as well. We're not staying in one place, ever. This was something else that she painted as well, and she painted this as far as it being in the dark and all of the planetary alignments, okay? So this is what my daughter drew. This is when she was 9-10 years old, and I was going through so many spiritual changes, and she was just doing it. So whatever was happening around me, she was a reflection of what was happening. And this is another one. The reason why I'm sharing this with you, because I'm really moving full circle. So I hope that you all have been recording your experiences, so you have something to look back on to see how far you are on your journey. Again, it's not where we're on a timeline where we're having a checklist with anything. It's just being observant of the process of yourself and who you are and what you're becoming. And when she drew this when she was in a sad place. She was sad because she missed her bus. I'll never forget. And I scolded her for missing her bus. And she told me, well, I don't know what to do. I said, well, go paint, go draw. And so she painted this. And I asked her, why did she put her hand there? And I believe she said she put her hand there because she just felt like that was something that she could express, was where she had control of something. And she felt like she didn't have any control over missing the bus, and it made her sad that she missed the bus to go to school. So she stayed home and ended up reflecting something. And here you see it's black and white. Greetings, Angelica. Yep, it's in black and white. So when we think of things that we're seeing in black and white, again, it's how we bring it together in the sadness and the joy. Okay, because that's how you're truly able to come into balance, is really honoring both sides. See, honoring both sides, because it's a spiral. See, even in the book here, and the author of this book, he and I are friends on Facebook. I mean, I don't know him personally, but I read this book twice, electronically and physically. And when I say it's powerful, because it also gives a series of exercise when it comes to when we think of the womb, the vibration of right? The is where you take this as an exercise and you go and the sound itself, you could feel it reverberating. Is it reverberating? That's the word, through your body. So it's actually pushing up energy from my womb, my chakra, all the way up. I could feel it connecting to my heart. So let's do this right now. Let's take a little pause and see where we can bring in the exercise, which is connected to womb, because it's OM. Woo, wah, and we could take it in different layers and different decibels, because that itself, it starts to move and you could feel a shift in your body. So let's just breathe in and out. Just breathe in and out. And again, breathe in and out. And let's just feel into the presence of the waters, and let's just visualize ourselves being by the water. We may not, be in the water, but the water is still with us. It's constantly with us. Your body is made up of 90 something percent of water. So let's feel into that energy of the water, and that we're surrounded by the water, because when we're in the womb, it's in water. We're closed in the womb of that water, and we feel secure. We feel safe in this womb space. And so let's just inhale again. And exhale. And then we inhale. And we exhale. And then we're going to say, we're going to raise another decibel to it. Okay, so now I'm going to do something I haven't done in a long time. I know if y'all who've been with me for a long time remembered what happened when I had my singing bowl and it cracked into a million pieces. Something was broken. So let's bring in the new year. Let's bring in the new year with the sound ball at the same time. Greetings, Ricky. going to say at the same time, okay? Simba da sente de kendo de demanda la tinda da shikito no so imbala bala dembe la bateke tondar sile meten kara yete kindo ya barakina ya new beginnings. Reversing it. How do you feel? How do you feel? How do you feel? Yes. I'm gonna go back to the I am while I drink. Yes, I'm gonna go back to the I am. Where did I leave off from I am? Let's see. Innate. I am a creator. I am an extension of God, innocent and whole. Yes. That pure like state of a child. Yes. That's what that is. Yes, Emily, thank you. Told you I'd get back to you. I'm an extension of God's source creator, and I am whole. I am no longer feeling myself broken to pieces because I was able to bring myself back together again. It may have appeared as an illusion as if I was broken, but I am now back together again. Right? I am a creator. Yes. Bold letters, Brittany. That's right. Bold letters. I am a creator. That's right. Innate. Yes. Innate. I am sovereign. Cosmic heartbeat. I am sovereign. I'm free, because that's what Aquarius is freedom. Freedom. How free are you feeling? And it's not just physical freedom, but it's mental and emotional freedom. Where are you mentally and emotionally free? It's not just, the physical aspect itself. And that means that there isn't anyone or anything that has a hold on you in who you are or what you choose to be. And that you're also freeing yourself from yourself. You know what I mean? In other words, you're not holding yourself back. You're not inhibiting yourself because you're waiting for permission from someone else, or you're judging yourself with where you're being guided by your higher self to be and to do. Okay? Big difference. You said it feels you're healing. Oh, let me not skip. Tiffany. I am a shiny new star. I am divine. Yes, you are a shiny new star, Tiffany. You're in preparation. You're healing and aligning with higher self. Unconditional love to you as well. Okay, yes. Unconditional love to everyone here. Feels like being on top of a wave. Yes. Yes, it does. Feel like being on top. I'm innocent. I'm peace and light. And Jenna says she's peaches, strawberries, lemons, apples, and grapes. Absolutely. Okay. Yes, Stephen. Charlize, let me love you. Yep. He says, I am sovereign. I deleted that twice, but yes, you are sovereign, wild, and free. It's like being so solid and walking like a giant on the earth. You see, because that's the innocence within being as a giant, because, as we are ascending, we're going to get taller. We're going to be taller. The way that the body, came into its existence, this is not the actual true essence of what it was meant to be. But so because of the energy and the low frequency that's on the planet, that's the only reason why we haven't been able to be at the potential that we are meant to be. And this is where this is starting to come in. And I really feel this year that there's going to be a lot more gifts, or the presence of certain things that are going to be shown, especially through children, that we're going to be witnessing that. And so it's important to, if you have small children, or if you are around small children, that start introducing them to the fact that they don't have to be afraid to express themselves, and they don't have to be afraid if there's something that they have as a specific gift, that they're not afraid to be that special, that part of themselves, and how special their gift is. Because a lot of times that we went through the trauma of being branded as witches and warlocks and maimed and hanged and all these things. So, and even for yourself too, I personally look at this as an exciting time for what's coming for us with all of this. I really do. And the reason why is especially because it's not anything that's been done before. So we're literally the pioneers for everything that's going to show up with all of this. You see? So, like I said, give yourself a pat on the back with this. I'm going to drink some water now. And as a matter of fact, I forgot I'm supposed to drink it in my copper cup, which is another cup of healing, drinking out of the copper cup. I got it from Zoe Essentials. That's where I got it from. Zoe Essentials. And it has many, many, many benefits, which I did share that on my Instagram sometime last week, I think it was. And it does taste different. Yes, it does. So now I'm going to go and do one more healing aspect that I haven't done in a long time, because we are such an expression of so many things. Correct? So many things. There's so many things that we can be and express. Oh, you're welcome, Goddess Journey. Yes, say Say and you can look it up too, what I mean, because is actually mother's orgasmic expression. So when we're having a sexual orgasm, right? When you're reaching to that climax, the female energy will start to say, ah, ah, like that. So all of that it's natural. That's the natural state to that sexual expression. And what it does, it sends out codes to the planet. So just to give you a little snippet too, what I record in the book, that when a lot of these divine unions start to come in, because there is so much of a purpose that's coming into the union stage of self and the union stage with our beloveds. And a part of that process is the sacred sexuality. So that's one of the reasons why they say that with a lot of the pairs, that there's so much energy that tries to keep it apart or everything, but nothing can keep us apart, because I know that the will of God's source, divine creator, supersedes anything else that thinks that they can be in control. It's just that we have to work through the stages of where things are on the earth, so that comes into its own balance, so that way we're able to sustain the energy together and it's not splitting off again. Okay, so that's why it's important to, of course it's up to you, that you know and trust your journey and your path to where it's taking you with this and what it means. Because I know that what was shown to me, that there's going to be this special time frame. I'm not sure if it's before, during, or after the solar flash, so to speak. And this has to do with a lot of that sacred sexual energy that's flowing through the pairs, and it's going to cause that sort of event on the planet, because it is through the pairs, and that's just what I'm shown. So I know a lot of people talk about, it's coming through the sun and the central sun. Yes, it is, but it also moves in conjunction to the pairs on the earth, the original pairs, or the ones that are chosen, that carry specific codes, that comes together with the pairs and the unification of those pairs together. And whatever time, hour, or space, one may not know that that this is happening, but it's coming together collectively. Okay, so it's almost like, I don't know if anybody remembers I'm trying to remember the name of that game, and it's where you oh my gosh, what is it called again? Is this game where you put these things like in a grid, and whoever wins, it lights up or something like that? Oh my god, it's a game from a long time ago, so maybe it's not during your time. I apologize. But if anyone of you remembers that game, please let me know. Please type it in the description. I'm trying to remember the name of it, but it's like when it's almost, Battleship. Has anyone ever heard of that game before? Battleship. It's a game like Battleship. You could look it up online. I'm pretty sure it describes what it is. And I feel that each opponent, if that's the word, opponent has to put in certain things or guess wherever they're going to put it, and then it lights up at a certain point. Well, that's what it feels like when they show it to me, what's coming in the midst of everything happening during this apocalypse. I don't know the time, the day, and the hour, but I do know that there's a certain number of divine pairs that are coming together, and it's going to facilitate with what's coming through the central sun and what comes into this sort of nirvana on the earth itself, planetary. And I really feel when it happens, it's going to sort of obliterate a lot of things on the planet. I really do feel so. Light Bright, is that what it's called? Light Bright? I don't remember the name of it, but I think you probably know what I'm talking about, Tiffany. But that game itself is like how it feels to me when, again, it lights up. You know, once it reaches to a certain point of the game, it just lights up, and then it's the end of the game or something like that. And wouldn't that make sense? Because remember in Endgame, remember that Thanos needed those stones, right? And all those stones had a particular color. And when those colors came together with the in his hand or the glove or whatever, that was the end, right? So I do feel that there's something that's going to represent the end, the end, the end. And I know in my heart that it connects to twin souls and twin pairs. So, and that has to do with what comes together with the masculine, feminine principle. And it has to do with the divine codes that connects to the mother, father energy. And then that unification of that energy as one within, okay, that's that union energy. It creates everything that reverses all the curse and all the stuff that's kept us bounded, okay? Because remember, those are the things that were bounded on earth when things was cast out, right? And now the way that we shifted is because we're doing that in the internal stuff and connected to the internal codes within. So that way that union itself is bringing in the spiritual purposes and the part of God's plan, right? And how these connections align with God's plan and the purpose of the creator. And this is a part of everything that is moving in that space of what's manifesting on earth, and nothing can stop it. Not one single thing is going to stop this process whatsoever. So like I said, pay attention as much as I can. If I hear anything more or whatever they connect me to with it even more, because I know as we get closer, we will feel it. We will feel the shift even greater. Like it's going to become even stronger, because it's like the way they're showing it to me, it's going to gravitate like when you're hearing the heartbeat. Okay. So, you know, when you're hearing the heartbeat, it's like boom, 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 boom. And it gets stronger and stronger. And think about when, if you went through a heart chakra activation, you know what it feels like, right? You literally feel like your heart is just pulsating out of your body. And it's like when it happens, you have to just literally be still and just let your heart flow through that heart chakra awakening. Because as your hearts start to become more and more open again, there's some people that are not going to be able to withstand that, because it's going to be too much pressure, too much for them. They're going to be more likely in fear and feeling as if they can't deal with this because of how much stronger it's becoming. Okay, so let's do another instrument of healing. If you're still with me, let me 1 second here. And thank you for joining me tonight. I know some of you probably got work tomorrow or work to do or something, but again, I'm so grateful for today and the newness of the energy. Just bringing a little smoke again. Grateful for all of the ancestors and everything that connects to us cosmically, no matter where we are on the lands, where it brings us peace in our hearts and strength. That's right. And even if there's anger, it's righteous anger, okay? Because sometimes we got to go right down into the core right here in the solar plexus to move things along. So don't be afraid to step into those spaces too, okay? It gets to the point where you don't even have to say anything, because the power that comes through you is just is. You're just stepping into that isness. That's right. Okay. So at this time, it is 12:31 a.m. my time. It is March 21st where I am. It's probably March 21st in other regions. That's okay. Let's see. Okay. Let's go. So now I'm bringing in the drum. That's right, the drum. So let's take a deep breath again. And you're going to take off your shoes. If you have on any shoes, take them off. And you're going to have your feet flat on the ground. I'm going to have you listen in the background. I have the shamanic drums playing already. Because you are the eternal healer. You are the eternal power. You are the epitome of the cosmic Christ within. We're allowing the drum to beat through every cell of our bodies, every single cell component. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. And then we're going to bring in the energy again. Again. And inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. For new beginnings as the drums are beating through every cell and pore of who we are, that the essence of this beat is moving through the layers of our hearts, our spleen, our livers, our pancreas, the womb space, our feet, our head. Anything that is not clear is becoming clearer in our minds, that we're able to navigate freely as sovereign beings. We are aware of everything else that is coming into creation, and we know that everything that's been created by and through Source, that it is perfect just the way it is, and so it is. Ashe. So now let me go to this drum right here, and let's keep the intention. What are the intentions of what we're creating in this new day? Of course, every day is a new day. Every moment is a new time, okay? It's all about frequency. It's all about consciousness. Consciousness, what we can't see. but feel, but know of its existence, because you are that consciousness. So that even if you leave this avatar, you are still who you are. That will not change. Of course, something will transform and you will evolve even greater to yourself, because you're not in the heavy density of the body itself. But what a marvelous way to express yourself and who you are, by being in that higher expression while you're in the physical body. That is one of the things that we are doing as a natural experiment through Source Creator, that we're going to be able to be witness to our evolution, our soul evolution in who we are. And so it is, and it is magnificent. It is powerful. Yes, everything that we wrote, I didn't write it, but I'm writing it with you, right? thanks for all that you're doing. It's for real. I've seen it. Yes. I'm just being used as a vessel to be an expression of the divine masculine at this point. Let's just take a deep breath again. And whatever we are receiving, codes, everything that's moving in frequency, that's moving through every cells of our bodies, minds, and souls. We're in gratitude for the shift that's happening right now, this new season, this new timeline. Yes, let's just give thanks. Let's give thanks, the true elements of gratitude on earth as it is in heaven. That spirit moves through every corner of our existence, and that anything else that doesn't serve the highest for humanity is now dissipating, and it is just being washed away during this time. That we are allowing ourselves to have the ability to discern, to be able to apply the wisdom that comes through the plants, the flowers, the trees, everything in nature. We dance the dance of life and death and transformation. And so it is. So I'm getting images of them like when someone curtsies and bowing, giving honor, and they're giving honor to you all who are listening, who are involving themselves in this creative space. And it's the fact that you're here in the physical embodiment of who you are and what you are assisting with them as we're making it to the other side. So remember, each time we go to the other side, it also comes with something that may come through either as what we call a lesson or something that may look like it goes against us, but know that it is not going against you, it is actually for you, because it is a part of the balancing cycles of the earth. Okay, it's a part of the apocalypse and what we're counting down, everything as the cycles of the sun is moving through all these rapid climate shifts. So it's like they're showing me this dance that's happening in succession from one to the other. I was gonna get up too, but then I feel like my whole body would start to, so I'm just kind of keeping it, keeping it centered, Stephen. Oh my gosh! But I'm so grateful that I have the energy to do this, because I've had to keep, oh man, what do I call it? I had to keep focused on my own personal healing with my body, and really connecting to my body even more and more, and what I have to do in sort of coming back into this optimal health. I'm so grateful I'm able to go up and down the stairs even faster. And I'm just treating myself with more kindness. Do the same thing for you, treat yourself with more kindness. Do something differently for yourself if necessary. Change your hairstyle. You know, get one or two new outfits for the spring, summer. Get ready for a hot summer, because it's a coming. It's a coming, and it's just a part of the cycles of change. And really, I'm doing this too, right? Be in the practice of being comfortable in the unknown zone. So it is very unknown for us. There isn't anyone, I believe, on this planet can really actually predict the time and the hour of this specific event, because I feel the event is already happening, and it's moving in a succession of waves and cycles. It's moving in a periodic way, and it takes its course and its time. I do feel that we may have even maybe stronger jolts of energy that will come through light waves, the photon energy that comes through like a blast, and you'll feel it, because sometimes that's when you start to get the headaches perhaps, or you feel lethargic, or you feel like you don't want to get out of bed, or you may feel, which has happened to me, where I have all this energy and I can't sleep. Like, I was up for 2 days in a row. I think it was a couple weeks back or whatever, and I was like, oh my god, this is crazy, and I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep. I was up till like 12, and I was up by 5 o'clock again, or whatever. And I just moved through the cycles of however it shows, because eventually we're not going to need sleep. We're not going to need to eat. I said eventually. It doesn't mean that you're doing anything wrong. Okay, you're going to be connecting more to your tribe, your soul tribe. If you've been feeling, the disconnect to your family, your blood family, that's okay, because you're going to be connecting to your soul family, and then you come together. There's more physical coming together that's going to be happening. So instead of it being on the internet, there may be times you're going to be led to or drawn to connect to physically in person, because it's also time again to have the interconnection physically on the physical plane, where we're connecting to one another through all different ways. So it doesn't have to be specifically because you're going to a seminar, or you're going to some type of function where there's a speaker, or a healing mechanism. Life itself is going to flow through regular, natural ways. Just like, again, I went to the car wash and I gave the man the message, and because I planned it, and he thanked me for it, because it shifted him at that moment. Okay, that's right, moving crew. That's right. So we're on the right track. It's like, be in the natural space to who you are and what you do. It doesn't have to be necessarily documented. There's times when now lately I've had so many dreams upon dreams that my dreams are even clearer, like watching a movie, and I didn't even get to record it. Like, I even had a dream to do it my aunts, my relatives, and I dreamt that I looked at them and I was like, we're not doing the religion anymore. I said, it's time to bring back the codes of the ancestors. I said that to them plain as day in the dream. They weren't the only ones in the dream. My cousins were in the dream and all that kind of stuff. Okay. I said that plain. So my soul, higher self, but the essence of me, who I am already embodying what I know the truth is, to how my energy and my physical vessel, right? My physical vessel plants the seeds energetically and physically. So even if you're not in contact with your family or someone, or, or it's sporadic, or it's limited, or not at all, doesn't mean that it's still not taking place, because it still is. It's through your vortex. It's through your vortex. You're like this vortex, this portal of energy that is purposeful, and it is on purpose by the divine in how you have that impact to each and every individual that you come into contact with, even if you're driving in a car. Okay, even if it comes through as a smile, even if it comes through as greetings, hello, whatever, it doesn't matter. You know, it's like even when I went through my, I would say, I like to say my beginning stage of my path, when, you know, when I realized who I was in a past life, and and this was not too long after I had met my connected to my twin, and I was going through all these surreal moments, right? And when I say surreal, means I was just seeing all these supernatural things, and I didn't know what it meant, and it was just so strange, but I just allowed myself to take in the energy and take in the information. And so what ended up happening is I went to a New Year's party back in 2015 with one of my friends that I grew up with in church. And the reason I'm telling you this is because we're going to be connecting that friend of mine. I haven't been able to connect with her the way that because, you know, when you're going through your ascension awakening time, you're not hanging around anybody, you're all to yourself, you're introverted. Well, now is the time where things are going to start to become more extroverted. We're going to connect and introvert, extrovert, introvert. It's going to keep going in and out. And it has nothing to do with whether someone is in the exact same way that you are, because that's not it. All I know is you allow yourself to be in that space of where I am okay with who I am. I am free to be myself in how I express myself. And in that space of how I express myself, I honor and love the space where someone else is at. I honor the space that even if they don't talk like me, they don't look like me, they don't act like me, that I'm in a space of unconditional pure love, because they're just as much the expression of source, God creator, as much as I am. That's why I'm able to be in spaces with so many people that I bring together, that they could be in all different languages, look different, act different, and we're just able to have fun and be in that moment. And we're not looking at what shows up as what we deem to be perfect in order to feel like we can be together. You see? So it's sort of similar to where we're, you know, individually moving into that space. Again, it doesn't mean you're compromising as well with yourself, that you're going to be around someone that's extremely negative and low frequency and, you know, dogging you out and dishonoring you or anything like that. This is where someone else might, again, they might not be in the same space where you are in terms of your belief system, because their opportunity is going to come where they're going to be shifting anyway, and you might be just the one that plants the seed by just being yourself, and that's it, that you don't even say anything to them. Okay, sometimes that's how it works, and just be okay with it, because you're just this ray of light, and you're able to go into the darkness with someone without having to even shield yourself, because you are that power already. Okay, where we won't have to rely on all the external things, right, only in order to be comfortable around the parts of ourselves that we're not able to navigate through. Okay, because that's another level of power. That's another level of power within yourself, that you could even be in the crowd of 5,000 people and it doesn't affect you, because whether or not they have their stuff going on and their shit to transmute, whatever, you're able to still stand strong within yourself, right? And still be yourself, and you still recognize and know that they may not even be in the same space as you. Whether or not they made a choice to do something that you didn't do, but they did, but you're still able to be one with them without compromising yourself, okay? Let's leave whatever happens up to the divine in how or what, because the one thing too that Spirit showed me back in 2015, before I interact with anyone at all, I think of the game Jenga. Pieces of that puzzle of Jenga comes out. Some part of it may fall, some of it may stay strong or stand strong. And then we got to pick out another piece. And then the foundation itself is still there, but the foundation itself is changing and shifting and morphing. Okay, this is where Pisces is helping with all of that. It's morphing into, it's not grounded, right? But what we're grounding is we're grounding things within our physical self in what we are aligning with the physical component and the etheric component, the thought process, the belief, the mind, the heart, how it feels, what feels right, and then navigating it back to the mind, because you're going to use your common sense. You're not going to make poor choices like you did before. So the shift into Pisces, Saturn and Pisces, is the new choices and the elements of the things that you had done perhaps in past lives, that if it shows up and in the shadow for you now, that you're able to forgive yourself if it applies to forgiveness, that you're able to change something, do something different than what you didn't do before. Because when you do something different, you create a new timeline. You said lots of dreams of people, old friends. Yes, Goddess Journey. That's been happening with me too, because I even dreamt my son's father, and he's on the other side. And I dreamt about him. Excuse me. And what's interesting, what I dreamt about him is that he was bigger than the size that he was. So I know that whatever healing or shifting that I'm doing with him that's applying, and I didn't even get to tell my son. I forgot to mention it to him, but we were so taken in with each other yesterday. That I feel that there's growth that's happening. And again, his father would represent my connectivity to masculine energy. Okay. And the way we are grounding relationships on the earth is going to be in such a transformative way. It's like a beginning of things that we weren't able to relate to with each other. Okay. And letting go of all the programming, like all the programming, everything that represents the pain and the trauma, the deception, the manipulation, the false representations, ending the cycles of the looping stories, the gossiping of each other, gossiping with one another about this one did this one did that, not repeating those patterns, thinking about conscious conversations, the conversations that we have when we meet someone, whether it's a friendship or a lover, and if they're not feeling, or you don't feel like as if you're feeling fulfilled with that connection in terms of conversations, like having a stimulating conversation, right? And even if you have a feeling of sexual energy towards an individual, it doesn't mean that you're going to have sex with them. It just means that you're having a sort of a connection in a way where the body is responding to the frequency of that higher love, and it makes you feel like you're in love with that individual, but it doesn't mean you're taking it into a physical sexual act. That is also what's coming through, what's going to be pulsating on the earth for the next coming years. It's going to come in individual pockets until it finally unites itself, and you're able to differentiate what it means to have that higher feeling of love in relation to someone else, because it's orgasmic, right? It's orgasmic, but it's not applied necessarily in a physical way where you're penetrating with someone else or merging with someone else. Okay. And that's something that is so delicate for the quote unquote typical humans to over understand now, because they confuse it with their gender, and oh, I hate this person from this time and I can't stand this and this, or there's no way that I could be in love with someone. I'm a man and I can't be in love. And again, I'm not skewing it to do with the confusion and the trickery that's going on, because there is an agenda going on with the masculinity and what the masculine energy truly represents in terms of its power and its connectivity, right? And its original blueprint on the earth. Okay. And so I'm talking in the sense of how we are able to be in the expression of the higher love with one another, and it is not skewed and misrepresented. Okay. And I really, gosh, like every time I think about how much time is wasted when people talk about one another and they hate, and there's so much, it's such a waste of energy and time. But I know that it has to play itself out, for who has to heal. So remember this, because I know it's not like I have hundreds of thousands of people that are hearing this now. If they do and when they do, perfect. To remember, it's all these relationships are going to look foreign. They're going to look different. They're going to appear different in this outer reality. It's not going to look the same like what we have been so-called used to for thousands upon thousands upon thousands of years. When I think about his story, the age of Taurus, the age of Pisces, you have the age of Aries, all these different ages, dark ages. I don't feel that there was a time of that much peace on the earth. So the only time that they show me close to that is when we were in the higher dimensional space and everything was golden. And there was honor and reverence that was given to each other. There was no one lacking of anything. Everything was in its balance, okay? And it is until the time came where separation came in, and that separation was led by ego wars and who knew of their power, but they wanted to exercise their judgment of that power by wanting to have power over another, which again, that also led during the time of Pisces as well. Who has power of the other? All the systems that have been created through government and politics and school systems, all the systems, all the ism-kisms. And so I can only say that the way to is through. So we're going to go back to the basic of all those times that we're processing through. And then we get back to the basic, but then with the basic of that love, that eternal love, that childlike presence of love, like when the baby is about to be born. And the baby itself knows it's back into this dense environment, but it still remembers more about what that love is because it came from that pure light. And through that pure light itself, as we light up each other, okay, and we're talking about lighting up each other in energy, in power, we're able to take that immediate accountability of where we are in our thoughts and not take it personal, okay, not taking it personal. And with not taking it personal, that means that we're able to have that freer energy. So you think about the 369, the different dimensional spaces that it takes us, and being able to fly high with it, and not feeling as if something or someone is going to stop us because it's strange for them. So when that time comes, when you start to feel this higher love for someone, again, not because it's going to appear normal. And I'm not taking it again in that space of where there's physical sexual activity. I'm talking about the energy of the feeling, the gratitude of the feeling that you have for another being, because you see them as you, and you see them as God, and you see yourself as them, and they're doing the same thing for you. So there's honor that's given and reverence to that representation of that love and how it shows itself. I too had that experience where I was having this high heart feeling, and I was feeling like I was expanding in this so much love. I felt like part of me was like, oh my God, what do I do with this? It's so strong. It's so powerful. And it's nothing I would put in the category of what the feeling and the connection that I have to who I'm connected to in terms of my twin. All I'm talking about is how we are in the collective energy of connecting to one another as a whole. So we have empathy towards one another. We allow that space of how we are in that growth period, and we're expanding in consciousness because we recognize it and we realize what it is, and we don't hold ourselves down or back because others are not joining us. Okay? because it's going to come a time where it's going to become lessen and lessen and lessen, and there's more people that are going to be squeezing out in another direction, because it's going to be uncomfortable for them, because it's not the norm, it's not what they're used to. And I'm repeating this again because I'm just explaining it in a way where if you have to come back to this again and re-listen to it again at a time when you experience yourself having these feelings for someone that makes no sense to you, then you recognize and know what it means, and it's coming from spirit, it's coming from the all there is. It's not something else of an entity that's taking over to trick you, because that's another thing. I'm so glad Spirit's reminding me to mention this. The more you move through the energy, right, of recognizing what that true love is, then you're able, because you're taking accountability for your healing, you're healing those traumas, you're healing those wounds, you're constantly taking it into that awareness daily, 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 then you're going to be able to recognize how and what is showing up in your energy space. Okay? And when you recognize it for what it is, then you will no longer feel like as if, like what I read to you earlier, what's real and what's not real. Because that's how you'll be able to tell what's real or not real, because you are healing, because you're moving to a constant healing space. So I'm not perfectly healed, but I'm constantly aware of myself and what I'm working on and working through on a daily. Okay? I look at it as like, it touches you eating a meal per day. But in this sense, it's not where I'm eating a meal per day, is that I'm allowing myself to connect to the primordial energy, into what I'm being guided to, so I can differentiate and navigate myself through everything, so I can see what's in the density of this energy, and I'm able to chisel through it, right? Break it up, and then I'm able to go through it, and then I see and I say, oh, that's what that is. Oh, okay, you ain't got me. That's all right. I move forward, and then I can see where other people have a struggle. They have a struggle with some of the stuff that comes their way, but it's not, again, where you or I can do anything about it, because we all have to go through our own initiation. And remember, they say when you keep leveling up, what happens? And here comes what they call the devil, the shadow. But it's not a devil. It's just how it works. That's how it works. You go up, then it's still connected to you. It's still connected to you, your shadow. It's still connected to you. And I do feel and believe it's going to keep coming to the point where you're constantly at 0 point energy. I've always spoken about 0 point energy, because it comes to the center, that gravity of where the push and pull is no longer pushing and pulling, because you're taking that accountability for where you're moving through that vibration. Okay? And sometimes it takes sitting with it. Sometimes it takes shutting the hell up, or shutting the fuck up and sitting with it and recognizing where it's coming back to you. And then once you recognize it, then you're able to get to the next level. Okay? And sometimes when you get to the next level, you face the new devils, and then sometimes it's 3 devils, sometimes it's 1. Sometimes you're facing even higher, and it comes with the territory. And I tell that to anyone that I talk to, anyone I come into contact with, when they say, oh man, this is da 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 da, and I say, well, where do you think it's coming from? How do you think it started? What does your inner authority tell you what that is, and how you can sit with it, move through it, and then finally, that's it. You see? And in some cases, there may be stuff that you receive and experience that's actually coming from your divine counterpart and not necessarily you. And it's also being able to navigate that too as well. Oh yeah. Okay? Because it's a different mechanism. So I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to sit here and pretend and act like as if that doesn't exist, because it does exist. It does. And I've had to go through so much of that, what I call navigating through that experience, and it definitely has brought me into a place of, like, I feel more calm now. I'm even in a space of more surrender. I'm even in a space of acceptance. And I'm talking about to do it myself as well as how it reflects externally. Okay. And especially being at peace with the journey itself. Like I don't feel like myself. I don't feel like I'm purging. I don't purge anymore. When the moon cycles come in, I don't feel that effect like I used to. Um, I get messages even more clearer, very transparent, very, very clear. And I also pay attention to the planetary shifts and how it shows up in that too, because every piece of information, again, remember, you're not relying on only one, but every single piece of that data that you're able to bring into it to make it make sense, it makes you like have continuous aha, aha, aha. Oh, wow. Okay. That's what it does. That's what it does. And you have more peace with that too. You see? So, even there's things sometimes when I get information, I'm like, man, I don't want to hear this again. But then Spirit say, sit, be still and listen to it. Because there's another code that's coming through from that individual or coming from that space. And that itself is going to assist you with whatever. So I know that Spirit is always on purpose, always on time, always in its way that it is exactly the way that it is supposed to be. You see? And I even often tell my own daughter, because I'm still trying to get her to learn to listen to an extent with a lot of other things. And what I love about when it does occur, whether it's her or her brothers, is that they see it for themselves in demonstration. I don't have to knock myself like, oh, no, no, the concept repeating. And I was like, oh, you remember when such and such happened? I said, well, guess what? When that happened because this is how Spirit brought it to my space. And then I knew where I'm going to the next level with it. And it's not because someone told me, it's because I recognize it. I see it in spirit, I feel it, and then I know where it's taking me to the next step. So my mind doesn't have to be like, man, is this person trying to scam me? Is this person trying to do this? Is that happening over there with that? I'm at peace. And it puts a smile on my face. And then when someone else says to me, oh, well, I have this too. And I'm like, oh, sure, me too. Then I know what? I'm on track because there's no coincidences whatsoever. There's no coincidence. So this is how I know I'm on the right track. And I didn't have to check the chart with that either. But if I do need to check the chart, that's only if Spirit says time to look at what's happening planetary and how it's affecting me. What part of it is showing up for me to do with the nodal return? Where are things coming in for you when the nodes change into Aries and Taurus, right? On the axis. Not Taurus, excuse me. Aries and Libra. Aries and Libra. And right now we're looking at the axis of Taurus and Scorpio. So Scorpio is what when we begin going deeper into that the unconsciousness, the deep dark crevices of our selves and things that have been buried, the family secrets also that have been buried, the family secrets that are going to start to come out even more now. That's going to happen during this year. You know how Pluto is. When Pluto's ready to dig in, Pluto's going to dig it in and dig it in. Oh, yeah. And by the time Venus goes retrograde, that's going to be fun too. I remember Venus and Scorpio. And so we're going to constantly dig deep. But in some cases, the digging may not necessarily be purging. It could be just investigating, looking things up. Looking things up. Some of it you might be sharing, some of it you might not, and that's okay. Because I can tell you this, there is so much stuff to keep up with. Am I right? There is so much, because you got to do the regular human things, right? You got to go to the bathroom at times. Of course, when you're fasting, you don't go to the bathroom that often. So when we get to the point where we don't have to really eat food as much, you don't have to worry about going to the bathroom. Okay? And then there's also, like you just want to get up and just don't do anything at all. I've had to work through that as well because I will just feel like, oh my God, I got this work to do. I got that work to do. I got to catch up with this. I got to do that. And so now the balance for me is just being able to sit still. And I've been watching movies at times, I prefer movies on Amazon Prime or whatever, and like someone says, oh, did you watch it? I'm like, I don't really get to watch everything. I allow myself to be guided what I'm to watch because I love mystery type movies. I love things that connect to scientific type of stuff and planetary stuff. And that's just who I am. My sun is in Aquarius. I love dealing with the cosmic energy. It gets me excited. And that's it. That's just, and I'm not going to knock it down if you're more acclimated to the earth and the earthly things. I am too, but I get more excited when it comes to planetary stuff. I really do. So if they tell me, even Charlize had another dream to do with the ships. She sure did. And the ships are within us, but it's also going to be showing in an external way as well. Absolutely. Let me see what you're saying. Oh yeah, the conscious community scammers are all coming out too during this transit. Absolutely. Thank you for reminding me of that, moving crew. Absolutely. So the ones, you know, when they say those who are last will come first and those who are first will come last. And they're being purged out, like processed out. Okay, you think about when you make a copy of something on the copier, right? And when you keep making copies and copies, and those people who are stealing information and data and twisting things around, and then those who are not honoring the ones who are giving the information that's coming from the highest frequency of love, okay, or those who just have an agenda because they want to just make money off of people and they're not coming from their heart. All those type of energy with people is coming out of here. All the manipulating stuff, it's just all coming out of here. And more people, even in your own family, because remember, whatever is happening in, you know, I guess the systems out there, come back to your space too as well. Like if you're quick to keep focused on the government and the this and this person with that over there and this celebrity over there, what the celebrity's doing and who's real and who's not real, and you know, whether this one's a clone or not, go back to yourself. Go back to what I'm saying. Go back to yourself. What's going on in your lane? Okay. Celebrities serve a purpose. I gotta talk about this part. Celebrities serve a purpose of where it's they're like a tool on a collective type of level as well, where everyone gets to talk about what's going on that's been passed on from generation to generation to generation with the generational curses. Okay. And so when we want to look at the trauma bonding that's been happening with males, especially the males, especially the dominant melanated males, the Nubian, you know, tribe, whatever. The males, the dark skinned males, or the dark, or you call it the black, what do you call it, the black? Let's get into that, right? There is so much trauma that is linked to them. There is. Because that's how things started on the beginning with everything that fell in consciousness during the time of the Atlantean time frame, as we call it. So when I hear about this one is off of social media and this one, you know, the FBI got them, or this one, like, let's get to the realistic aspect component of them. Stop externalizing who's doing this on the outside. Let's go inside now. Let's go inside. What is their relationship with their mother? When I do readings, and every time I talk to someone, it always comes up 99.99, there's something connected to the mother. Okay? You're not going to be able to go into any type of harmony with collective or friendship or spouse or baby mamas or anything until you face yourself and deal with those trauma wounds. And bonding with someone else who is also downplaying their own frequency and connection to the mother, what you're doing is trauma bonding. And the ones out there who are bad mouthing females and bad mouthing the feminine energy, putting them down and calling this one a bitch and this one oh, she must be a man and all that stuff, it's disrespectful. And every time you're disrespecting anyone who's in a female body, in a feminine component, you're placing back the curse on yourself and your family and your children. You are. Because the one thing I won't do, because again, there isn't any one of us here that is absolutely perfect. We are perfect in the Creator's eyes. Okay? But we're still moving in that space to where it's not just saying, oh, I have unconditional love for this one, I have unconditional. No, it's also, I have unconditional love for you, but I'm not going to put up with your bullshit, and you're going to take accountability for where you are hurting, where you are still in pain, where you are still in trauma. When I think about, I'll give you an example. When I think about Will Smith um, and what's his name, the comedian, remember, help me remember his name, please, somebody. Suck with the names. Oh my God, what the heck is his name? Chris Rock. Trauma, pain, trauma and pain and pain and trauma. Childhood, energy with the mother. I did this to this one, and I am hurting you physically because I'm hurt inside because of what happened in my childhood. And so when someone says something, how many of you have had this experience where someone just says one word and you get triggered? And that wasn't even the person's intention, but you got triggered because it's in place to have you pay attention to where you're still in pain and stop overlooking it and stop sweeping it under the rug. Saturn and Pisces is going to have you pay very close attention to where you still have your wounds, where you're still bypassing, where you're doing that spiritual bypass and act like as if it ain't happening and thinking that, oh, well, that motherfucker still need to do what they need to do, and, ain't nothing gonna happen until, they apologize to me, and I'm just gonna punish them some more and put punishment out there. That's not gonna do anything. That's just a band-aid type of shit going on. Okay? It's just a band-aid. Okay? Everyone who makes a choice to do something or say something, there is something in energy that existed before it happened. Whether we label it as good or bad. That's why my assignment is I have the gift to read energy. So whenever anybody asks me a question, as soon as you start talking, I see the energy first. That's the invisible. Okay, I see the energy first. So when I see the energy first, no matter what you say, you could keep saying, no, but it's blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, that's not what I see. I see this blah, blah, blah. Okay, I see this blah, blah, blah. And I'm not going to, pretend as if it's not there. I'm not. So that's the reason why I know that when people connect to me physically or non-physical or whatever, and they run because I see right through you. I'm not judging you, but I see right through the energy. But I come with compassion and love with it. But I'm not just going to sit back and not tell you what I see. And when I say what I see, I'm not talking with my physical eyes. I'm talking about my third eye. I'm talking about with my heart, where you're coming from. I could feel a mile away if you're deceptive. Now, there's some who may not have the capabilities yet to be at that place. But these type of energies where they're having these talk shows and radio shows and Breakfast Club and all these other things, and I'm like, it's Red Talk Show. It's just the surface. It's not going deep. It's not going deeper into what's happening here. What happened in your childhood when you felt rejected by your mother or your father? Where were you not able to have your voice heard? Where were you surrounded by drama, and you didn't come from drama? And when you tried to shine your light, when you tried to paint your little picture or something, you were told to stop doing that. When you were told that you were supposed to become another lawyer in the family, and you're not supposed to have your healing center, okay? You're not supposed to be the dog walker or some shit like that. You're supposed to follow, what you're told to do. Why aren't you married? Why don't you have kids? Why are you still living with them and you're not married? All the programming. See? When you felt uncomfortable because you would see spirits, right? You would feel like you're either fighting with spirits or you're seeing spirits that are giving you messages, and it was fearful for you, and you didn't have a family member that could understand, so they would tell you, Dump it upon you. And we have to take you to the Obeah man so they can clean you up. Right? Ignorance is bliss. And in my culture, everything is connected to some duppyism, or, and I say anyone who's not Jamaican, or if you're not Caribbean, you know what I'm talking about, or the devil is the devil doing it, or you have demons on you, or something like that, right? And you're confused, and you feel rejected, and you feel abandoned. You feel as if you're going crazy. Some people have been taken away into institutions and stuff like that. I know some people that happened to them. I know people that were institutionalized and they weren't able to get out of their situation because of their circumstances. But I tell you that in every circumstance that you go through, all these experiences, it is also really truly to help you to get stronger, for you to stay in your inner power and your inner knowing. It's for you to really actually finally step into that space where you do take your accountability too, because whatever's coming towards you from those family members, friends, colleagues, whoever you consider to be the enemy, whatever, they're still in place to assist you with what you are doing to take that accountability to be able to move forward. Even the celebrities. Yeah. Everything that is placed in judgment when it comes to women and how they look and how they dress and what they do and and whether you twerk and you have this, and yes, there's some that are now changing where they're no longer doing all these extra BBLs and stuff that's killing them off until you learn the freaking lesson. Like, why are you going to put yourself in a position to go into places where you can and will die? That you're also practicing self-love. I can understand for those women that want to do some cosmetic things, if they want to do, like the stuff to do with their stretch marks and all these type of things. But anything that you're going to put in your body that's chemical with silicone stuff and all that stuff, you're going against nature. Your body is going to reject it. Your body's going to fall apart. You're going to start to have pain. You're going to start to experience things that are going to affect your blood stream, and it's going to affect you on a cellular level. It might even put you into that sepsis and all kind of different things that's going to affect you later on. It's gonna come back to self-love. The ones who want to bleach their skin, they don't like their skin because they're dark skin. That's the self-hatred and not loving yourself or not loving who you are, feeling that and you know what, melanin is really powerful now, because you see our melanin is going to become more and more activated, and the melanin is what absorbs the light. It's what's necessary. So now what are you going to do? You see? And once you make that choice again, some things can be reversed and some things cannot be reversed. Some things are irreversible. But I truly believe in my heart, no matter what, okay, that there is a power that works with you when you reach to the stages of what we call sort of like a repentance. It doesn't mean, again, I'm not bringing in a religious faction, where we feel that we are like really understanding why we made the choice that we made. Okay, we will go back to the self-hatred of the self, and then we start to think, I made this decision to do this or to be that or to do this to this individual, to hurt this person or whatever, because I was feeling something about myself that I didn't like or I didn't love. Okay? And so in the interim of this, I realized that I made a mistake, or I realized that I no longer choose to be this or to do that or to connect to that, blah, blah, blah. Right? And so when you just reconnect yourself and align yourself with spirit and say, you know what, can you please guide me? Whether you deal with your spirit guides, your ascended, whoever, right? Higher angels, your ancestors, Say, can you please guide me to where I need to be and what, because I've changed my mind. Can you guide me to what I need to do? It will happen. I truly, because Spirit showed me that there's people that are still sleeping, what we call sleeping. They're still not in awareness, but they're gently being pushed, nudged, as one would say. Okay? And they have to be able to get it in their own timing. And when that timing comes, they're making that decision for themselves. It's not because someone tells them, because you can't keep pushing and pushing and pushing, because all you're doing is just making more problems and issues. Okay? Everything that I did for myself, or whatever I had to process, whatever I had to pay attention to, was all spiritually led. Every single moment of my awakening, as I call awakenings, I know I felt I've been awakened since I was 3. I used to rebel, throw myself down on the ground when my grandmother wanted me to go to church. And I used to tell her when I was like 5, 6, like, why am I going to church? I don't feel like these people are they're being hypocrites, because they would be all lovey-dovey and praise the Lord this, and then as soon as church is over, they're talking about each other behind the back and this one. And yes, I was observant from I was that age. I was observing people. And when they kept preaching over and over, this one's going to go to hell, and that one, if you do this, and I'm like, then I questioned them. I was like, well, then who's gonna go to heaven then? There's not going to be anybody left, because none of y'all is speaking the truth. That's the only thing I used to get in trouble for, was my mouth, because I would say that. I said, make it make sense. If there's this book that's called the Book of Life, and my name or whose name is going to be on it, who's going to be left? Because all I knew is that the love of the Most High was always with me from I was a little girl. Money used to fall from the sky, from heaven, where it came from, another dimension. I think that's what it was. It came from another dimension and would just fall right at my feet. $100, $50, $2, $5. And I used to be so happy, like, oh my God, look at this. It's so magical. Okay? I used to see spirits, and I used to be afraid because I didn't know why I was seeing spirits all the time. And I didn't like it. And I told my mom, and I used to pee up the bed and pee up because I was in fear. I was afraid. But my mom was never the type of individual that was, because she was more into the spiritual stuff with me. Thank God, you know. But as time went on, as I embraced myself and I knew what I knew, I stayed on course with how it flowed through me, no matter what, even if I didn't have the name to it or the label to it. You see what I'm saying? That's right. That's right, moving crew. Ma'at. That balance. What is in balance for us? So let's keep considering again, not because we're throwing the words around, you know, healing. Oh, I'm doing this healing. Oh, I'm a vegan. Oh, I went and did some yoga and this and this, because that's not the major part or the major component to your ascension. It can facilitate that part, but it really has to do with the internal component, the internal process. You are the actual avatar that has the machine itself. You are the machine itself, the conductor that is processing all of this energy, this information, okay, and how it relates to your time on earth. And then that time on earth with you and how it connects to you is key to where you're heading. But if you're not paying attention to it and you're more focused on the external, this, that, and I got to do this perfect, I got to write it down on the paper, and I got to watch if somebody else is doing it. And then if somebody else is doing it, but I'm not doing it, I'm not going to let them know, because then they're not going to be my friend. Who the fuck cares? Okay, because I tell people, whoever told us, like, I'm not here to make friends or whether I do something perfectly because you're this and you're that. Again, this is about how much of this unconditional love am I going to have for someone, even if they don't do the same things that I do. Okay? But I'm not talking about like circumstances of murder and rape and all that stuff, because as far as I'm concerned with things like that, unless that individual, like I said, I'm not going to judge, but I'm not going to take up for people who do things that are so... disgusting and think that it's okay. because I'm going to rebuke it and I'm going to transmute it, and I'm going to make sure that my voice itself is going to speak out to how that energy is going to collapse. Okay? Because some of us is here for that. So I'm going to come across with the dragon energy and burn that shit out, because I don't play around. When something is to be done and over, that's it. So I know that kind of power, because when shit was going on with things happening to females and children and men too as well, I'm like, really? Oh yeah. And I don't say nothing. I just say what I gotta say, and I put it out in the energy field, and that's it. That's it. Okay, it includes the women in Iran, what was going on there, and all this going on in all these other countries and stuff like that. So many different things are clearing up in the collective, right? And and it's so important to know what is the value of everything that's going on that is connecting to the new earth in this season of what is grounding. And we're not just talking about it, we're not conceptualizing it, we're not pretending or hoping or waiting for something else to come out the sky for it to happen. You know? Oh man. You see? For real. Because sometimes I do get sick of the shit. Like, I don't have time for that. I don't care. And I'm going to stay in my happy lane. And again, I'm not going to say that I have everything perfect every day, but I can tell you that most of the time, almost every day, I'm in more joy than I am in sadness, or I don't have any drama, bullshit stuff going on. And I don't go into telling someone like, oh, guess what happened today with this motherfucker and this nigga. No, I don't have time for that. I do not have time for that. I'm more in my creative space. And really, really practicing to be still, and that I don't have to be physically doing anything, to be at rest for myself and just enjoy the process, and non-attachment, which, you know, that's no problem for me because I'm Aquarius. So there's non-attachment, detachment, but still connected, detachment but still connected, detachment but still connected. Not taking it too far in Pisces, where there's this aloofness, or, and I do fantasize sometimes where I'm just be daydreaming like, oh, this is what this will look like. Oh yes, this is it. Oh yes. And then I'm like, oh damn, where was I? You know, I understand that. I understand that process. And it is through the wishing and the hoping and the fantasizing is what brings things into creation, because that's the childlike essence. That is the you rebelled as a toddler too? Girl, I was rebelling since I was 2. Even when I look at my pictures when I was like 3-4 years old, I look so sad and mad, like, why am I here? Why did I come to this place? Seriously, like I could see it in the pictures. You know, where I'm just trying to make a smile, and I'm like, oh boy, you know, if it wasn't for my mother being here, because she was like a light, she was like a lamppost for me, then I don't know, I probably would have just exited myself out of here without even knowing. Like, seriously. I felt like I felt miserable, but it was only until like a little later on, I think I finally kind of, you know, I didn't say ease my way into the role of Sharon, you know, the businesswoman at 11, 12, running my own business since then, because I felt like if I was going to be, I can't be working for nobody, because I'm me faced it from morning. Me faced it bad. So if you want to talk to me like any way you feel like it, I'm out of here, and I will tell you about your ass. And I'll be quiet, mind my business, do my work. But you get rude with me, whatever. Oh, that's a hell to the no and a heaven to a yes, because you are going to have honor and respect for me. And each one of us that does the same thing, where, again, Saturn, which represents the lessons, right? Or the opposite. Some people call it Satan. And I look at it as it's also the father. The father, right? And I'm not saying father is evil. I'm just saying that this is the terminologies that I've read when it comes to Saturn. And the connection that we have to the father. And with Pisces, it's like I am holding you responsible for your thoughts, your feelings, your beliefs, where it's been, and now we're going to clear it out of here, right? We're going to clear it out of here as we're recreating these new energies, new time for the, on the earth itself. And we're moving into that golden time, that golden age, where it's just creating itself and manifesting itself through our heart. Anything that's building, what's building up and building up and building up and building up, solid, 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 like a rock. And as it is building up into that solid state, then we're no longer going to feel the restrictions, because now we're moving in the wave like Jenga, and we're moving up and we're moving to the side and we're moving to the left and we're going up again. You might fall back down again, come back up again, move to the left, move to the right. It's just synchronizing. We think about all the what they call that again, that type of music. Move to the left, move to the right. Take it back, y'all. One hop this time. Two hops this time. Turn it out. And each one, and I talk about this in the book too, how we synchronize together. And when we're synchronizing together, even if one person falls out of place and they're not following with the footstep, guess what? They're able to come back in again, because the energy connects us back in again. So that's why you don't have to worry about whether or not, if this person fell out of line or this one ain't doing their work. Who are you to tell what somebody's work is doing, or which person with some name, or they some famous person? Even the worst of the worst serves their purpose. Okay? Because if it wasn't for that or them, we would not get to the next level in where we are together in all of this. Okay? That's right. Pisces is no nonsense. You're right about that. Greetings, Kenny, over on Instagram. You're Scorpio. Woo! All right. I'm already almost I'm 3 hours and 36 minutes in. 3 hours and 36 minutes in. And I didn't think I was going to be here that long, but, so be it. So be it. I'm trying to remember what, line dancing. That's it, line dancing. So we think about line dancing. And when it comes to line dancing, I think about unity. I think about the unification of our consciousness, right? You can do it. And I haven't done line dancing in so long, but I love it, okay? When I get ready to throw a party, I throw it down and bring it. Who the heck is that? Oh, okay, I'm going to block you out of there. Bye, bye, bye. It's electric. Can you hear it? But YouTube always be coming in with the music thing, but again, it's about my intentions. Okay, what are my intentions? That this is a sort of what we call educational, but this is more awakenational. Okay, so let's get up and boogie and move a little bit. Marcia Griffiths. I will teach you. It's electric. Boogie, boogie, boogie. Can't resist it. It's electric. And I'm anywhere. Hola, hola, eh. Boogie, boogie, boogie. And then the next one.
This is the cha-cha slide, y'all. I want everybody to come up on the stage, and we're going to do this. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Now, I'm going to remember it. No, because I need some people around me so I remember.
On, clap it up. All right, come on, y'all. Clap it up. Oh, yeah. All right, come on, y'all, clap it up. All right, come on, y'all, clap it up. All right, come on, y'all, clap it up. Come on, come on, come on, come on. To the right,
Oh.
to the left. Take it back. One hop. Right foot, let's stop. Left foot, let's stop. Cha-cha now, y'all. Turn it out. Take it back now, y'all. Two hop. Right foot. Left foot. Cha-cha now, y'all. Turn it out. Take it back now, y'all. Free hop. Right foot.
And this is the more current version. You see, we got the older version and we got the current version.
And this time,
We're gonna get funky.
Funky. Everybody clap your hands.
Everybody, clap your hands.
Clap your hands. Clap your hands. All right, now, we're gonna do the basic step.
Basic.
To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Cha-cha, real smooth. Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Cha-cha now, y'all. Now it's time to get funky. To the right now. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. One hop this time. Right foot, two stumps. Left foot, two stumps. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Crisscross. Crisscross. Cha-cha, real smooth.
Oh man,
Let's go.
that's fun. I literally have my playlist on my iPod, line dancing. That's right.
All the shorties in the club, let me see you just back it up, drop it down, let me see you just get low, scrub the ground, let me see you just push it up,
I'm
let me
hot.
see you just
Wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble, yeah. Wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble, yeah. Wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble, yeah. Wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Hey, big girl, make it back it up. Make it back it up. Hey, big girl,
Make it back it up.
make it back it up. Hey, big girl, make it back it up. Make it back it up. Hey, big girl, make it back it up. Make it back it up, back it up.
Got them shaking they booties like congos, man. I'm shaking the city like quake, yeah. Haters blue in the face like Gonzo, cause I'm breaking the cake, so let's play, yeah. I'm taking the game's mine. Yeah, I witness the change, it's my time. Yeah, I'm new to the game, but y'all might wanna say you whack raps, they like saving time. I can dance, homie, on two-step. Y'all looking at something like a true girl.
And let's not forget.
Time for a change. New style, down, do your dance, do your dance. We got a brand new down, do your dance, do your dance. New style, down, do your dance, do your dance. Down, do your dance, do your dance. New style, they say I'm a rapper, and I say no. They say what you doing, trying to do somebody cold. I just let the music come from my soul, so all of my people can stay on the floor. They got a brand new dance. You gotta move my soul. Brand new dance. It's kinda Cupid stuff. It don't matter if you're young or you're old.
Doesn't matter.
We gon' show you how it goes. To the right, to the right, to the right, to the right, to the left, to the left, to the left, to the left. Knock it, now walk it by yourself. Now walk it by yourself. Down, do your dance.
Do your dance.
Down, do your dance. Do your dance. Down, do your dance. Do your dance.
So see how awesome it is when we're able to do dancing, line dancing. And what it does is it raises the consciousness together. That group consciousness itself brings it to an even higher. Yeah, that was my workout too. That was my workout too, moving crew. Oh my God. Woo! I have to drink some water with this. I thirst. Woo! But I missed that, boy. And dancing is so long. Woo! Now be honest with me. Who on here was dancing with me with all of the song then? Put your name in there with the dancing symbolism and a star. So I say you're a dancing superstar. But you know already said me love to dance anyway. I love to dance. And you wasn't expecting that today either, right? I mean, I know you guys know I always play the music, but you wasn't expecting me to do no line dancing. Whew, that was good though. Just put on the music, and I'm cool with that. Yes. So, when I say I am such gratitude with all the messages, the information, I'd rather say the data, you know, the data, because we are the conduits to that data that comes through and flows through. So let me tell you something. They could have tried all the manipulation from here till that kingdom come, okay? But guess what? The deeper data is right imprinted within the DNA of our bodies, okay? You will have DNA imprint of information through your hands and your foot, and next thing you know, you do karate chop on somebody, and you're like, "Ooh, shit, where the hell that come from?" Because you used to do karate in a previous life. I even did some stuff where I was doing ballet, and I was doing ballet on my toes, and I was like, "Oh shit," and I was singing like an opera singer. Teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie. Everybody. Yeah, sorry, I just went off because I can't help it. Yeah, but this is me. This is who I am. You've been having dance party. I do it too. Once that music comes on, what? Once I'm in the mood, I'll just play. I will play from these MPs from the afternoon, go all the way back till 4 o'clock in the morning, especially if I'm just cleaning and stuff like that. That's what I love. So I say poo-poo on anybody that have a problem with that, because if it was not for the component of who we are when it comes to music and dancing, that is what really truly helps us to get through so much of this process, because you're literally alchemizing through that way as well. You're really burning through something, you know what I mean? And it's lifting you up at the same time, because I even recommend classical music is one of the best music when you are transmuting. Really is. There's just a different feeling, you know, that comes with it. For real, for real, for real. Yep. You've been dancing, singing, and whistling. All right. I love it. Let me look at the comments. Marcia Griffith. Yep. I'm telling you, music, man, I miss some of the music, what, you know, the genre of music that they have now is just not the same. Like music that they have now, you can't even dance to that shit. Who the hell dances to somebody mumble? Are you kidding me? Please. No, sir. So take me back to 70s, 80s, 90s. You know what I'm saying? Parts of 2000, all depends. You know, and I just love, you know, when you're moving the body and you're feeling that vibration, and it just really It's like you're in another realm. That's what it takes you to, another realm. It takes you to another place. You see? That's what I call it. So, again, anybody that wants to stay in their boring space, whatever, no, more power to you. Okay? I know where I'm taking myself. I know what it does for me. Yep. I just did a Janet playlist, God, several months ago, but I haven't been able to go back to it as yet. But when I say I love all kind of music, I love all kind of music. All kinds. So, let me see if I get Miss Charlize to come now. See if she's still interested in presenting her single. Two of her single. In the meantime, while I play Mr. Marley. Nice time. Easy does it, you know. Sometimes you gotta rock steady. No, nice time. Yes. Rock steady. See, I can't do the same things all the time. I have to have it mixed up, you know. Sometimes that's to be like that, you know. So give me one moment. Let me see what this young lady is doing. She's coming forward or not. Charlize! Charlize! Sir, put a chair in the front there. She's coming. See, when I was dancing, the temperature in the room went up to 86 degrees. That's crazy, right? I didn't have on no heat or nothing, just went up to 86 degrees. See, when we come together, it raises the energy. See, Shirley said they're waiting on you. Your fans. From everywhere. Yes, I'm straight from everywhere.
How are y'all? Like, what time is it?
Who cares about the time?
I'm just curious. I can't be curious.
Sure. You know how that begins.
How are y'all doing?
Well,
Well,
what you gonna do? Tell them about your song that you released.
Oh, about my song I released?
Yes, the name of it. Yes, blah, blah, blah.
Oh.
Gotta be
So,
grooming her.
yeah, I released a song. When was that? Was that last week?
Last week.
That was last week. I released a song last week. It's called Let Me Love You. It's on all streaming platforms. Easy way to find it is if you just go on my my Instagram. If you have my Instagram, it's charlize.green. And if you go on there, the link is in my bio to click it. You could find it on any site. I also got one other song on there. But I'm working on releasing my album, so I have more, a wider catalog. Instead of only 2 songs.
You said I thought it was Miss Jackson. That's Steven saying that's his jam. See, I can turn this up.
Thank you, Steve.
So what you gonna rap for them?
Am I gonna rap? I'm not gonna lie to you. I've been rapping all day, but I'll do a little something, I guess.
Well, what background? You want me to find it? I'll find it.
It's not something you have.
What?
It's not something you have.
So get your phone. You have your phone? Well, then I'll just play something else.
Hold on. No, I do have my phone. On my phone. Yo, it's because I'm like. No time.
We still troll each other all day, every day. Okay?
I'm telling you. I gotta take an exam. It opens at 6 a.m. and it closes at 11 p.m.
Okay. We have all day for
At
that.
first I thought it said 6 p.m. and I was like, oh my god, this teacher is really trifling. You're not telling me you only had the assignment open for 5 hours. Sorry about that.
You found something?
I'm looking for it. Hold on.
Yo, YBH.
What ending time instead of
I
waiting.
got
Man,
it.
because we're not in 3 hours.
Now
You found it?
It's the nighttime. I'm trying to relax.
Stop.
Right? Aren't y'all trying to relax?
No,
You know
we're
what I'm
hyped up because
You want, like-
we just finished doing line dancing, okay?
Line dancing.
Yeah. Electric boogie. Forget it. Let's go.
It's giving
Stop.
AARP.
She's so rude. You see how rude she is? With her face herself.
It's sexual.
Sure.
Anyway. Yeah. But are you gonna
You find
drive
it?
after this? Or you just
Somewhat.
gonna-
Let's go.
Yeah,
Let's
so you
go.
wanna slow down a little bit. You know
No.
what I'm
It's because we hyped up.
saying?
This is new Earth. New.
Actually, I can
Here.
hear from your iPod since it's already connected.
That's what I said.
Well, I didn't hear you. I thought you said find it. You out of pocket. Actually, I've never rapped to this beat, but oh well.
So just do it. Oh my God.
I am. It's gonna be an ad. I apologize.
Meet Restore 2.
Why don't you
You're
just
all
do?
in
You
your
gotta do what you gotta do.
This is how we argue
Sunrise
every
alarm,
day, you know.
Sound machine.
I don't
Please,
argue.
you know what I
Calming
mean.
sunset,
Just make it
and more.
simple, man.
It is
Natural
simple.
sleep.
But you have to take up more time than
It's
commercial.
simply, well, guess what? I might have to start. Is that too loud? I start ambitious, yes, that is my mission. I ain't even the real, I'm still on this trail. Walking through this path like I'm Pocahontas. Leading the way, nobody even know they want this. But I know I do, that's the reason why I'm sticking to it. I ain't even gotta be confused, I just know it. Instantly, it's just intuition. It's also innately in my body, so I ain't insane when I say it, I ain't gotta convince nobody when I say this shit, cause I already know it's hot, I got it on control, I got it on lock. And I ain't even need to call anybody if it's going on, I gotta keep it. Cause the song is a lot, and if you did not know, I just had a brain fart. But that's okay, I bring it back because that's the way I play, okay? I got to play it like baseball, softball, whatever you like to do. If you in the home run base, okay, that's cool. What the hell am I saying? I told you, I've been rapping all day. Everything's gone right now. But that's okay, cause we could bring the vocals and we can sing all day. Yes, we can. And then we will commence and have a conversation that will make us sway. Yes, okay. I don't even know if the chorus passed or not. I was just crying. Okay, you know I'm sure you should start crying.
You ready for the next one?
My favorite song. Well, go back.
This?
My favorite song.
That?
Wait, what beat is that?
I don't think it's this one.
What is the beat under there?
This one?
Yeah. Sorry, y'all.
Oh, I think it's
been a long
it's
day. I woke up at like 7 o'clock in the morning.
But you slept for 20 hours.
No, I did not. I don't know where you got that idea from. But I woke up at 7 o'clock in the morning and I attended a class for 3 hours. So here we are.
You up to that? Or you want something else? I think something else.
I mean, I don't think you catch
I can't see the title. Let me see. Oh, my thing died.
What?
My fan. Okay, how about this one? What?
My brain is about to explode. How about you ask me questions? I just answer
you to ask her a question.
I want you to ask me a question.
Ask you what question?
It's like an interview. Pretend I'm a guest on a Tonight Show or something like that.
Oh my
Ask me
gosh.
questions.
Okay, what is your feeling and expression of the changes that are happening on the planet from your point of view with your generation? And you have Pluto where again? You know? You don't even know.
No, I don't.
I'll look it up.
Let's see. Say that question again.
What is your point of view in terms of the changes that are happening on the planet? In any way that you can express it.
My point of view. Well, I already have understanding of whatever happens. It's not my job to save everyone. I could try to help people in whatever way I possibly can, but I can't necessarily help everyone, especially those who aren't willing to listen. So that's what I know.
And your generation is called Gen what? Generation what?
Z.
Huh?
Z.
Z?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Oh. They ended the live on Instagram. That's alright.
Start playing music.
No, I was playing music before already. So,
Whatever questions you have.
anybody have a question for Charlize from her point of view? What she feels, ask her the question. That's what.
Like it's 2 o'clock in the morning. You're asking me these
Charlize, stop going like say.
profound questions.
Stop going like say. You know, stay up till late.
My brain cells right now is not even like on intellectual
labeling it like
level
that.
right now.
Stop
No,
labeling it.
you're not understanding. Because I was recording. Well, I wasn't recording. I was like just dabbling on the keyboard. But my brain right now is not like, let me think.
Let me see. Oh, I can't find your thing where your Pluto is.
19.
So if you have a question you want to ask me or Charlize, please ask the question. Any question at all. What her take is on anything, because anything that Charlize expresses is not because I tell her, it comes from her. Okay. Right here. Yeah.
Oh my god. Of course you have something on it.
Yeah, I'm trying to see where your Pluto is. Okay, so her Pluto is in Sagittarius. Her generation has to do with radically changing the cherished beliefs. Traditional concepts will be altered, if not completely destroyed. The rights of individuals to pursue their own course in life will be assertive. That's where her Pluto is. And of course, she has a lot of Virgo in her chart. So, what does what mean?
Pluto.
Well, it just means that what you're incarnating on the planet is where what you represent as changes, where you're bringing the changes through your music. Okay.
When the album
Your
coming
generation.
out, I'm aiming for summer. So probably June. I want to say June. Or maybe even earlier, but I want to say June. June is my goal when to release my album.
And that's with me being behind her to do with that, because she procrastinates quite a bit.
I was just working on one of my songs.
What I mean is
Is it procrastination on here?
no, that's not what I'm talking about, because she was supposed to put the copyright on one of her other songs, and she did not do that yet. But it's okay.
$35 each song. Copyright is not cheap.
You said her recent dreams of shared the
Of
dream
the
about
ship.
the ship. Yeah, because I was telling him about that. Share your dream.
See, now you have to remind me because
One had to do with the one with David.
that was
You remember? No, I know that, but that one was significant also. The one with David, where you said they came to him and they said they needed to know what to do because they don't know what to do.
So you want me to tell that one and then
That one, and then the one to do with the walkie-talkie.
That one was like 2 seconds long.
Who
Okay,
cares?
I'm gonna tell you the short one. So the ship dream I had, it was basically, it was like out of nowhere. I started hearing sirens when I woke up, and I was like, "What is going on?" It was like those evacuation sirens that you usually hear, or like when they're testing it and whatever. And then, were there even ships in that dream? Anyways, Then I was like, oh snap, we don't even have our walkie-talkies ready, so it's like, what's about to happen? And then the dream ended there. That's literally how it went.
And that's really real because I did get the walkie-talkies, but I really never, we never hooked it up yet. So
I think my music could help shift people. Because I'm gonna include certain things. I feel like, how do I say it? Maybe some things that people may not know, but also things just to make people open up their way of thinking a little bit more. Like, to not think so like, how do I explain it? Like what they're used to. Like, don't get stuck in your habitual way of thinking, but try to think like, oh, question everything that's around you. Not everything has to be like, oh, well, because, how do I explain this?
yeah, you question everything and don't just accept everything that's being given to you. You know what I mean? So I get that's what you're saying. So your music is thought-provoking and
yeah, and also in a way just calming and not to be too like over the top and too stimulating to the brain. It's almost like a dichotomy. It's like I want to make music where it's like there's not too much stimulation in the brain so that you could relax in a way. You know what I'm saying? But then I also want to make music where it's like it is stimulating to the brain and that you actually have to think for a little bit and be like, oh, that's more so what I want to say.
yes. Charlize's north node is in Taurus, so she's also going through a nodal return with me at the same time. So her nodal return is her first one, and then with my twin it's his second one, and then for me it's my third one. So it's all moving simultaneously together at the same time, just to be transparent. Yeah, that's right. So with her north node, it has to do with her following her navigating and following her footsteps with her music and how it's expressed in the feminine energy through the music, the lyrics. And I feel that one of the, I don't want to say lessons, but one of the things that I feel was that her producing her music was her doing it on her own, where it's not necessarily where there's a middle person involved. So she's doing it differently where she's the one that's in charge of her life with where it goes. So that's, and remember, she's an extension and a version of me in a different way. For me, my north node has to do with me taking care of my body and honoring my body and listening to my body. So that's where I've been following my path with that. What?
You're not on camera.
Yeah, so because you're on camera, so what?
Well, get in the frame too.
Nobody not bother nobody.
Nobody. Get in the frame.
So what? They've seen me all day, so they're looking at you. Yes.
I'm sitting here looking like a freaking lost child on the
And this is how we are all day. Everything for me. I said the perfect word. She said something. Jeez, peace. So anyway, I'm gonna say that in regular English. All day she's at it with me, and we just at it all day. Okay. So in all essence, Charlize's role, I feel in my connection is facilitating everything that comes together with the messages that I share and incorporate that moves within the flow of feminine and masculine. And then with Charlize now, she kind of comes in where she nitpicks, but she also helps me to stay on track when it comes to the physical part, because her sign is Virgo. She's a Virgo, so she's connected to things that deals with the earth, where I'm more with the air and the Pisces, the water and the air. So I have the air and I have water, and I have Mars in Libra. So a lot of that for me is how it helps me to bring things into balance when it comes to the collective, because I don't take sides. I'm really on everyone's side in how I'm able to bring it together and how it harmonizes. You see, that's how it works. See, they laughing. Cause she picked me say.
Well, I never
met
tell her
about
someone
her
who
bumble.
could disagree with me so much.
I to tell her about her bumble so many.
Like,
You don't even do it on purpose.
You do it on purpose.
I'm even helping her to be more receptive and receiving gifts, because a lot of times she doesn't like to receive gifts in a way that gifts are received.
That's not
okay.
true.
That is true. That
I just
is
don't
so
want
true.
people dropping mad money on me.
Stop.
That's too much. It's like there's an extent because I'm a very minimalist person where I don't need a lot.
She's frugal.
I don't need a lot of materialistic things.
It has
to
nothing to do
feel
with
great.
material. It has to do with energy. Okay.
Mom, you could
Bumble.
just buy me like some oranges or something. Like,
Oh,
I'm chilling.
stop.
No, for
She
real.
is
Like,
so much like my mother, and I can see the part of myself in her and my mom, because my mother was like that too. When it was time to go out and I knew my mom was getting ready, I would cringe like, oh my God, what's she gonna wear? What's she gonna wear? And
Clothes.
sometimes I do that with Charlize too.
What you gonna wear? What you gonna wear? Clothes. That's what I'm gonna wear.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
my
but then
goodness.
the past few weeks, I had nice outfits. And you're going, oh, you actually dress nice. Why don't you mention that? You always mention, oh, you don't know if I dress. You don't know if I dress.
Oh gosh, shut your ass, boy.
You're like one of those parakeets. You don't know if I dress. You don't know if I dress. You don't know if I dress.
I'm not even gonna go there with you, okay? Please. She just be funky. Exactly. See, it says, girl, you better receive. It's very important to receive. That's right.
I'll receive. I'll receive.
Okay?
I'll try my best. And
Because
then-
that's how it flows.
And then I might like donate it later. I'm joking.
Mm-hmm. Because I tell her she never know who she meets. She never knows what it's going to bring for her in that abundance, you know? Oh, my gosh.
Yes,
but
I do love plants. Aluxa or L-U-X-A. I do
Yes.
love plants. I'm the one who takes care of the garden in the house.
Yes.
And all the plants in the house.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I do have somewhat
She
of a
does.
green thumb.
Yeah, she does. She has the green thumb for that. Even though
Except for the mosquitoes and the flies. They could,
they could what?
there's a lot of things I could say.
I heard it in my head what she was saying. I heard it.
I'll keep it polite.
She wants to keep it clean.
Right, you don't want to get, what do they call it, demonetized.
Oh, please.
And then all your ads is gone.
I could, man. I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut with that.
No, because YouTube
Yeah.
is mad strict. Like, you can't even breathe. You breathe some kind of way.
Yeah, I know. Even that part is changing too with, you know, when we couldn't say specific words and stuff like that, and they will demonetize. I think we're getting to the place because even the AI, you know, when they want to come in, and I notice how they, especially with Instagram, how someone is trying to imitate me on Instagram, but then they're not doing anything to block that account. But then anyone else who's trying to share really high quality messages, they're deleting their accounts and stuff like that. So it's just weird to me.
I think they don't
You
get
know?
rid of bot accounts because it helps
just crazy.
With the algorithm.
The
Like, it
algorithm.
makes it seem like there's mad people on the app when it's like not really
Please.
like that. Because even Twitter, I'm pretty sure it's like mostly bots or some shit like that.
And even people who buy followers and stuff like that, their channel is not going to really last too long either. Okay, because this is about being authentic with things. Now where you gotta buy followers and buy people to, you know, that's a bunch of bullshit. Like I could feel that energy with people who do that. Like really? Like you have over 20,000 people, but you only have 5 likes? Okay, buddy. And I'm not saying, I'm just saying. That
I mean, marketing wise, that is terrible.
it makes no sense.
It makes no sense. I mean, you might as well pay people to post your videos on their page if they have a lot of followers. They're wasting the money on buying followers. That don't make no sense.
Yeah.
Kind of dumb.
But and what do you think about the music industry and where you're bringing that change? What about that?
The music industry, I feel like the entertainment industry in general, there's a lot of hidden things, you know what I'm saying, that, you know, if you don't go and research, you're gonna just set yourself up, especially if you're someone who's trying to get into the entertainment industry. And I've, you know, researched and looked up a lot of stuff. That's why I was like, at first, when I was like younger, I was like, oh yeah, I want to get signed to like a record label or something like that. You know what I'm saying? That would be cool. Or I want to be on Disney Channel or something like that. And I got older and you learn some stuff, and you know, I was like, absolutely not. It is crazy. It's just a whole bunch of shady business. And then you think it's like, oh, this is recent. It's like, no, this has been going on for mad long. Like these corporations that are set up they've existed for a really long time. It started from one point, changed name to something else, then became something else, then something else and something else. That's what makes us think it's like, oh, it's something new. It's like, no, it's been existing for a good while now. So yeah, that's why I decided to do independent. I wouldn't have a problem with like collabing with people who are under labels and stuff like that. I don't think I wouldn't have a problem with that. But you know, like how Prince said, he was like, you should own your masters.
Yeah. So I feel that plays a very, very strong role in the changes.
Oh wait, I didn't finish your question.
No, I'm just adding to it. What's changing the roles of music, entertainment, what a celebrity is, you know, what the authentic energy is for us in our expression of music and things where it's not fake and phony. People not really expressing themselves and expressing the truth.
Right, because there are a lot of artists who they make music, not necessarily the music they want to make, but because, you know, the producers or the execs are like, oh, you know, this is what the people want. You know, they want to see you shaking your ass 24/7 in the camera. You know what I'm saying? And that's all they could really do. And once their image is already like that, that's their niche or their niche. So they can't really even change it up because that's their marketing hook. So.
Mm-hmm. But I'm still proud of Charlize because she did her own research. I didn't tell her what to do. She made her own decision as far as producing everything herself. Went and got her what's it called again? Producing license? Is that what it is?
Huh?
What's it called? What is it called?
It sounds like
copyright.
driving. Okay.
Here we go again.
Okay.
Here we go again.
You mean no, I got my writer's what the hell is it called? PRO.
Look, yeah, she criticized me, but she never remember.
No, because like you making it mad complicated, like you adding terms.
So just say what the word is. So just say what the word is then.
I don't remember the word.
Okay, well, either way, it has to do with her protecting her material, and then she works with another company that markets the song for her, and so on and so forth.
But
you know, where she gets.
They collect their money overseas from when people play it. They collect royalties overseas, all over the world, actually, but especially overseas. That's
okay. Yeah. So either way, I'm proud of her with the steps that she's taken, and because she's allowing her spirit to guide her in the direction that she's to take. And I feel, I mean, just based on what I see energetically for her, you know, it's easier to read anyone else but myself, where she has the talent or the gift to bring in the singing incorporated with the freestyle rapping, and then also she plays the guitar and, you know, the instrument, and then she does songwriting, and she also does her own production with what she's doing, so on and so forth. So that takes energy, takes time, you know, so on and so forth. So I could see her being like that, bringing back, I call it bringing back music where it has meaning to it. She's, you know, where she's bringing back music the way it was, like how we had a Lauryn Hill and we have Erykah Badu and all that kind of stuff. And I feel like it's preparing us for where we've gone so on that other side of the spectrum, where it has gone, you know, of course, you know, we have the trap music, we got this, we got hip hop.
Wait for the first tour too.
All of that, yeah.
That's gonna be lit.
Yeah.
And they're probably gonna be playing in like a what you call it?
Like she's gonna be like an Alicia Keys, where Alicia Keys play on the instrument and she sing. And
no, I'm not. Alicia Keys can play like 2 pianos at once. I'm good. I cannot.
Listen to this now. Listen to this.
It's called being realistic.
Do you not play the guitar?
Okay.
Yes or no?
Yes.
What other instrument you play? The keyboard, right?
Not necessarily.
What do you mean not necessarily?
It's more so in a producing sense. It's like if I hear a nice melody, I could put that together on the keyboard. But I'm not like Stevie Wonder.
I'm not saying that. I'm talking about the concept of where she plays the instrument and then she sings and she raps at the same time. And then she also does like Ray Charles. You know, if anyone saw the movie Ray Charles, where he had the background and he was playing his own background while he was in the foreground also playing the music as well. So she has the talent and the gift to blend it and bring it all together. Because you could hear that in the Let Me Love You song.
But it would be easier if I had someone actually do other stuff as well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she's looking for someone that will be able to
mix and
mix and mastering. Yeah.
That's what
that'd
I'm
be
doing
great.
right now. That shit's kicking my ass.
So we're just putting that in energy.
For my first album, I'm gonna do it on myself. Just just for the what's the word? The achievement of it within itself. It's like, hey, I did the whole thing. So if anybody wants to talk shit, listen, I wasn't that experienced. Give me a break. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now.
This song right here, it hasn't been released as yet, but it's also something she recorded
like 3 years ago.
3 years ago. It's called United Mind.
That's 2020 was 3 years ago.
Yeah. And she's combining the singing and the rapping at the same time.
Now sing all say, I produce that.
See, Steven says, but at least you know how to do it. Yeah,
Yes,
bring it
Steven.
back. Yeah.
And I'm still learning. Honestly,
I'm just trying to get her to not be so hard on herself. Okay?
Then how do I get better?
It's not about getting better. Like sometimes we can be hard on ourselves, but also be soft and gentle on yourselves. Like don't try not to take it to such an extreme. So be in acceptance and not thinking that everything has to be so perfect.
It takes until afterwards though.
So she's sort of like Michael Jackson in a way, where Michael Jackson, I heard he was always, because he's a Virgo as well. I willed her not to be Libra. No, I don't know. But it's too late because she's already Virgo. She came early.
So you were praying.
She came early.
You were like,
I didn't know what I was getting into.
come out of my belly. Is that okay?
Wow. So there's gonna be some moments where I'm gonna want to do some lives with my children because I'd love for their perspective to come through in their own way, especially with her and David, because they're the ones, Damon too, because Damon, he's a writer also, but he's not embracing his gift fully as yet. And he also has freestyle rap with his sister, and I told them there isn't anyone out there. Do you know anyone out there that does freestyle rapping as a sibling? No. So when he's ready, I guess it'll happen, in due time. But all I know is that I don't consider it to be just one generation. I feel it's all generations, all of us, no matter whether it was Pluto and Virgo, which is mine, Pluto and Virgo, Pluto and Aquarius. The Pluto and Aquarius babies are going to start coming in. My cousin is having a baby between now and next week, and that's a Pluto and Aquarius Sun and Aries child coming in. So that's some fire right there. And you have some of us that's Pluto and Scorpio. Some of us here are Pluto in the Sagittarius, and also where else again? Oh my gosh. And again, I feel like it represents some of us who carry the old, I don't want to say old, but I may say the preceding data, and then we're sifting through what is going to come with us or come with us on the new earth energy, and then what's being left behind, or some of it that's transforming to a higher frequency, okay, or the highest expression of the essence of that God particle or that spirit of who we are separately. And then it's just assimilating all that data, and then that's where we're taking it and grounding it on the new earth. So if we look at it from the point of view with music, that means that we're more likely not going to listen to certain types of music any longer. And the way how it shifts is not because when people say, oh, we're canceling the culture, it's just that we shift away from not listening to it. People are not going to buy it anymore. People are not interested. And then more people are going to gravitate. There's not going to be any more of the OnlyFans thing anymore either. It's all different types of things that's going to be leaving and changing, on the earth. And so she's going to be connecting to the younger generation as well as middle and older. So you know what I mean? That's what we're looking at here. This song you're listening to here with Charlie, she was, how old are you?
You better not turn it up.
I'm not turning it up. How old are you?
I was like 13.
She was 13. And she was rapping in an actual studio. I don't know if anybody knows Janoris Jenkins. This was Janoris Jenkins, the football player. His brother was involved in the studio, but his brother ended up being involved in a tragic murder. And the guy who was recording for Charlize with this was the recording we had with him back then. His name was Trips Beats. Beautiful, beautiful soul. It was so sad and heartbreaking to know that this happened, and I saw in spirit how he was murdered. And so I just dedicate this part to him and who he is, and I know that he definitely was on looking out for Charlize's best interest. So she was recording this live at the age of 13.
It wasn't that great, but
It was great to me.
It was decent. Mommy,
Oh
listen.
my God.
Come on now.
Charlize, she was, you know what she reminded me of when she was rapping like this? Like Busta Rhymes type thing. You know where Busta Rhymes was speeding it up like really, really fast? Like that.
I could rap fast if I want my brains to split in half.
Would you stop talking about your brains? Like, what the hell's wrong with you?
Well, how else am I gonna think?
Stop.
But why do you want?
This is just another taste. See, he says, give yourself grace.
I will. Find an. I will try.
You have to work on how you feel about yourself.
I have patience with
I got
myself.
another surprise for you.
Man, you be doing too much every single time. It's always gotta be dramatic.
She don't like when I surprise her.
No, because it's always
You
so
know?
dramatic.
Yes, but that's what a surprise is. What? Well, because you still have it in your head. What do you expect? You're not getting ahead with things when you do that.
Oh my god. Boo, tomato.
Oh my gosh. Well, guys, I really, truly appreciate all of you. I thank you for being on here with me all this time. I never know when, the spirit moves me, but I just knew that I was supposed to usher in the new year, the true new year, with us being on here. And I'm thankful, not hoping, I'm thankful that whatever you received, whatever you gave today, that we're taking it with us in everything that is shifting and alchemizing with us. If you are not following me on Instagram or Facebook, please follow me, because a lot of times if I don't come on here often, I'm definitely sharing now and then. I kind of shy away and I go introverted, and then sometimes I come back out again. And so I know that my higher self, when she says it's time to go, it's time to go, time to come on, time to share, time to connect. Also, how we're connecting in all parts of the world, wherever we are, parts of the earth plane, the land itself. The truth is going to be disclosed and coming out even more, and I just love it. I love it. I love it, because this is where Pluto is coming in Aquarius. It's here already, and it's going to be here for a while, and it comes back again, and it's going to be here for 20 something years. So can you imagine how many breakthroughs are coming through with Pluto? Because Pluto destroys, and it pushes us to go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, and having to look at things, so things that affect us with the collective, and how it brings back things for us on the collective level is what is doing all at the same time. So, but I'll definitely be back on again, and we're going to dive in deeper to Pluto and Aquarius. And I'm thankfully, prayerfully, hopefully, we'll like to keep doing different segments of different things where we just focus on, because I know a lot of times I go all over the place with all the things that I discuss, but that's just, the way it is. And so as we're bringing in the pieces, I would like to be able to separate each piece and how it affects us and how it's going to be moving forward and how it's going to be applying now. So this is the time where we're going to be practicing what we're applying with what we know and what we're feeling inside, and how it connects for ourselves and our bloodline, our ancestry, their genetic codes, everything. So anyway, I'm sending you lots of love, lots of joy, and infinite abundance. Don't forget to laugh, don't forget to smile, don't forget to dance. And don't forget to download Charlize's 2 new songs. What's the name of the 2 songs again?
Name of the 2 songs are Lotus Cloud 9 and Let Me Love You by Sanchild, Sanchild.
Yes, and she's on YouTube also as well. What's your YouTube address?
I mean, I'm not consistent, not gonna lie.
It don't matter. You're gonna be eventually.
It's mad work.
You will be eventually.
It's
So
also
just give them.
Sunchild.
It's also Sunchild, and give them your Instagram.
Oh, my Instagram is Charlize.Green.
Charlize.Green. Okay. And so if anyone has any questions or anything that I've spoken today, and you like additional information or anything else that you may need assistance or guidance with, please feel free to check out my website, www.thereturnofthegardenofeden.com. I will definitely be shifting around things a little bit and following spirit to where it takes me to when that occurs. Okay? And I feel and know that as I am getting closer to moving through this transit for myself as far as the nodes in Taurus, as I'm balancing out my my body, personal life, work life, all of that stuff, because that is what I came to shift away from, that where that has been in Scorpio in a past time for me. So I no longer feel the triggers of how much I've overindulged myself with being there and not balancing myself out. It's still up for the talking, Still have to do talking.
Listen, you can't create
Because
a
it
person.
comes with the territory.
Imagine you make a human being and then you don't want them to talk.
Me not about the talk, I play with the matches. That's what I talk
It's
about.
not a match. It's a lighter.
Oh man. Do you remember, since she's here, just real quick before we go, what when you painted this, what was going on when you painted this?
Well,
Remember?
I would say the first thing that comes to mind is it's upside down.
Here we go. Here we go with the corrections. Here we go.
I'm trying to help you out.
I'm helping you out because I'm talking about your artistry. She painted this from scratch, so just explain what you were drawing and where it was
I
coming
painted
from.
it from scraps and scratches. When did I even make that? I think I was like,
I think you were in 10 or 9.
I didn't even have paint at 10 and 9. I was 13 or 12. I was 12 or 13. And I don't know. You know what it was? Because I was watching some YouTube videos. I don't know if you ever see those street can painting, whatever, people, whatever, when they make the planets and shit like that. So I was trying to do my own version of it, and then turned up looking like that. And
Do you remember when you painted this and how old you were?
well, there's a date on it, I think. This was
2000
New Year's of 2015.
2015, so that's
Day.
when I really started my ascension, awakening path, like really strong. So do you remember?
Do I remember my thought process?
I think there was something, you had a vision to do with a volcanic eruption, and it really did happen.
I'm not gonna lie, that's like 6
You don't
years ago.
remember?
I do not.
Yeah, I remember. There was some type of volcanic eruption and stuff like that, and I was showing them. You just started drawing it just out of the blue, just like that. So she was having a premonition.
The water came out nice though. I don't know if y'all catch that water. The water, it came out pretty nice.
So that's water?
For the skill set I had. Yes, it is. Water and fire.
Oh, okay, so that's water and fire. What's this?
Heaven and earth.
Heaven and earth. Okay, so it's not the moon, so it's heaven and earth. You see that? And she said that's water and fire. See, so in her view, that's what she painted. And did you say these are the people? Right here? Is this representation of the people?
Those is trees.
Those are trees. Oh, I thought this was the people.
That look like people them.
And what's this?
That's a volcano.
Okay, I'm just checking.
It's abstract art.
It's abstract art, so the way I interpreted it is fine. And
Okay,
she interpreted it with, and do you remember this? When you
Yes,
painted
I
this?
remember when I painted
Okay,
that.
hear her
painting.
version,
Mommy,
hear her
stop
version.
the music because this is a monumental moment.
Okay.
I'm sorry, y'all.
I'm glad this is on the video too, on
Actually,
this live. So that
Continue the
way,
music. We just want to turn it down a little bit. Anyways, so I remember when I painted it. Hold on now. I remember when I painted it. This was a winter day, New York. There was ice on the ground, right? And I didn't know that. And it was in front of the steps. I was a little late to get to the bus stop, right? But I was hurrying up, putting on my boots or whatever. And I'm opening the door. I run outside. I slip and bust my ass. It hurt so bad. And it was even worse because when I fell, the bus comes up to the bus stop, and I'm like, yo, wait. And it just drove by. I was like, oh my God. Because I was like, yo, I missed the bus. I know, I was like, I don't want to upset mommy, you know what I'm saying? And she didn't like me miss the bus or whatever. But I was like, but I barely missed the bus anyways. Wait.
But you were depressed. You were
Kinda.
depressed that day.
But yeah, I was sad because I was like, man, I actually
You're sad.
wanted to go to school. You know, like, there's a difference between the days when you actually want to go to school and then where it's like, which actually, that didn't really come until like high school. High school, waking up was the worst. Waking up at 6 o'clock in the morning, like I work at 9 to 5. What kind of business is that? And then you only get a 26-minute lunch. That should be illegal. Anyways, but yeah, and then I was like, oh, maybe I could paint my sadness away. Mad corny, not gonna lie. Not a thing, but
She's ridiculous.
like it was Mr. Rogers' show or something. So yeah, then I was like, oh, let me put my hand in paint. Terrible idea. It was oil paint too, so it took mad long to dry and wash off. And I put my handprint. Look how little my hand. My hand's the same size.
Yeah, see that shit?
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Her hands are so. I told her she has these puny little hands like a little baby, and then her neck is
Ooh.
so little too. Look at this. My hands go.
That's
She has
crazy.
this
How
little
my-
baby face.
How are my hands the same size?
Yeah.
That's kind of scary. That's concerning.
But I told you have little baby hands still, so it doesn't matter. So, but I love teasing Charlize, and I think about these paintings as a reflection of my evolution with her and where I've been on my journey since 2015 when everything started coming in full force. So just know that more people are going to be coming around you that are going to start to awaken even more rapidly. And so you are in place to be able to be like a guidepost, if anything, you know, when they're going to want for things to make sense or to be able to have a higher wisdom and understanding of what's going on. So
this is my best painting.
So this one is new. I've never shared this one before.
New? I did this.
I've never. When I say new, mean here you go again.
Alright, man. Anyways, see.
And what is that of? What is it about?
It's called what's it called, the Hiragana Wave. It's a Japanese painting. It's based off of the Japanese painting. I did it in art class because we had to do mono. What's that shit called? Mono.
I don't know.
Help me, please. What is it called? Monochromatic. There you go. Monochromatic painting. And I was like, I bet then I'll paint this one because since it only has like 3 different shades on it or whatever. So yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So this is the best one I painted.
Well, this is perfect to show it now with the water and Pisces and all that stuff. So goody. Yeah. Anyway, beautiful souls, thank you again for joining myself and Charlize, also aka known as
Mostly you though, because you was doing a live for
Child.
what, 4 hours?
Here we go again.
I'm trying to promote her. I'm
What
trying to big
difference-
her up. I'm trying to big you up, okay? She did like 4 hours on the live. Big her up.
Okay, so
Yes, mama. Oh my God, that sounded terrible.
Lord, I tell you. So anyway, can't help who she is. I can't help who I am because this is the real deal. This is the real deal. So I am looking forward to when we meet up again next time. If you know anyone who may benefit from watching this live, I know it's long, but you know what? There is so much to us and our stories and our life, our lifeline, and everything to cover who we are and how we are transforming ourselves. So it's so beneficial to be able to still keep walking into that space of our full awareness and applying the wisdom daily. Okay, that's the feminine energy, applying that wisdom daily. So we have that balance that comes through onto the earth the way it was meant to be between masculine and feminine. navigating where we're not more on one side than the other. So we're not repeating those patterns again. Okay? So peace be with you until we meet again. Ciao, Bella.
Thank you for watching.
Till next time. All right. Peace.